In the online world, there's a girl named Kuppa Joy. A charming Daisy, you won't be able to ignore. But beware, my friend, you better choose your path wisely. Cause once she's got your soul, she'll have you completely. She's a gamer queen, ruling with her dazzling gaze. Don't look into her eyes, she'll have you in a daze in daisies. She's a force you cannot resist, but be careful, my friend, cause she knows all your twists. Kuppa Joy, the gamer on fire. With her captivating charm, she won't tire in Daisy. She'll make you fall to your knees, but watch out, my friend, she'll leave you begging, please.
Hey chat, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining me today. We're gonna go on an adventure. Come along for the ride. Okay, here we go. And then I'm gonna join my friends in Discord as well. Okay. There we're in. And let me.
I have done that as well.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm in the
Hello.
race. Welcome back.
We've been exploring.
Oh. I'm by our car.
Cool.
You buy a car? Nice.
No, I'm by the car. By the
Oh,
car.
okay. Good, good.
I'm gonna go behind
You can
this
buy the
building.
car, 200,000.
Is this the right way? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this other...
Let's go slow. Because we're
Hello.
holding a backpack, chat. Holding a backpack.
Don't shoot me. You buy the car, Kuppa?
I'm inside this yellow building by the car.
Ah.
You have the backpack, right?
Yeah, you're one, yeah.
Thanks.
I hear him, chat. Damn, I want this gun. Look.
That was slightly disappointing.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, well, this area seems to hold, like, too much loot, and a lot of people probably looting in it as well.
That's true.
Yeah, you're pretty right.
This one might be worth more. And then let's see what this goes in here. Nope. We gotta reorganize this. Let's see.
Kuppa,
Yes.
we're at the car now.
Okay, I'm trying to see
Can
if I
you
could.
drop the backpack, please?
Oh, you want the backpack?
Yep.
Hang on. Get out.
I'm trying to see if I could fit this gun in here. If not,
There
I
you
have to
go.
leave it.
Thank you.
There you go, the HK, same as what I got.
Okay, I'm
How
coming.
much crap I
I
can gain that.
have to leave this gun.
I think we're gonna have a bit more room after I fit this backpack. Probably you can go back and pick it up if you want. Let's see. Yes, a bit of room in there.
I wonder if
You
this
want me to
silent shot
go
might
and
be
pick that
pistol.
up?
No, it's fine. Let's go back to the car. They're waiting for us. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's nothing. Where are they at? Right there. Okay, I'm coming. Sometimes the thing gets stuck in here. Okay, so... Okay, I need to take... This is... Don't sell that, that's mine. Does it fit in here? I don't think it will. No. No. Okay. It fits now, okay. I need to put that in here. The pig pelt. Piggy pelt. Pelt. Piggy. Okay, I'm in.
Oh, I'm coming, hang on. Where we going now? Back to the trader.
Yep.
Cool. I have to sell all this junk that I've got in the boat.
Hey, Silent! Silent!
Oh,
Silent's
I've noticed a
here!
bit of a trick with some of the ammo. It's worth a lot per shell.
Silent! Silent!
What kind of ammo you talking about?
How are you?
The Lapua ammo, I'm sure it's like 300 or 600 a bullet.
Yeah. There is very expensive ammunition around. It's good to sell though. If you find it,
I miss
you
playing
can
Dayz
make
with Silent.
in one single storage
I'm
space
good. I'm playing with
a stock of
I don't know if you
100 or
remember
80 bullets
Static and
and sell
Tony.
it.
Mm.
And this is Deerisle.
Almost all the black market ammo is good for selling. And I'm guessing we will need something like that if we go to black market at some point to kill bears or whatever is spawning in there. Monsters.
Yeah.
Did you also know that it's been nearly a year?
I'll have to have a read
Sure, we
what
can
the,
use.
Oh, has it been a no? No, it's not a year.
Sure, we can use the regular weapons
it
we
been a
have
year?
already, but probably
Do you
good
know
to
the
have
month that we met?
something bigger as well.
True.
I met you and no, I met Hippo. Okay, so me and Hippo, and then we met Hip met Russo. Your best friend Russo. Actually, Hip's best friend Russo. He's always like Hip and me. He wants to ride with Hip all the time. Like Hip is like his bro man's guy to go. You know, they had this love affair or something. Anyways, and then we met you, and you know, right? And then we met you, and then and then I met what's her name? What's that girl's name? Don't I miss her too? What's her name? Is that the S? So yeah, I met So through you. We met So through you. So it was like just the five of us. You, me, you and So rode together. Hip and and Russo rode
Unless
together,
you're
and then
driving
I'm
through in
all
the
by
light this
myself.
time instead of in the dark.
The 5 of
Oh
us.
yeah, it's a lot
We never
easier
came up with the name,
this
but
way.
yeah, it was just like every morning, the 5 of us would play together. Like every single day we played together. It was fun times. Good fun times. I know, for the longest time, and then we met, you know, that crazy guy that stole everything. Every time we went somewhere, he would just steal all the loot. What's his name? Anthony. Yeah, we call him Ants. Like, he would just take all the stuff, and that's that. And I remember us, like, you know what's so funny? I don't think people know this, okay? I don't think people know this about the 5 of us. But, like, we're best friends, and then not only that, but we did Ludosaurus every single day. We did Ludosaurus every single day, sometimes twice a day. Correct, yeah. I know, I think the last straw for Anthony with us was when he's, like, just when Hip, like, you know, killed the Ludosaurus was all him, you know, he killed it all, and it was my key card that I used, and then he took everything, and then Hip said something, I think in chat, you know, and that was the last straw. Like, we didn't hang out with him after that, because it's like, no matter what, we're not gonna get any loot, you know, with him. He doesn't share. I don't know if it's just with us. Maybe he shares maybe he learned his lesson. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, because, well, it's my key card. Remember, I used my key card. He didn't have one. So he goes, hey, you guys, you know, want to do green? And he didn't.
Yeah, it didn't went as expected.
I'm thinking he's gonna have a key
at
card.
least we didn't crush.
And he didn't have one. And so he goes, well, don't you have one? I go, yeah, but I thought you wanted to do it so that you could get all the loot. So he didn't have one. He would just see, I guess. It's kind of dirty, you know? Kind of weird. I've never met a person like that before. So he goes, no. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll use my green cards because I have a few. So I used mine, and so I told him, you know, because it's my key card, so I get to pick first, right? But he ran in there and picked up everything.
Tired.
Picked up everything. Just everything. It was hilarious. At the same time as sad, you know. Yeah, well, no, but he didn't ask that he was. Oh, I see what you're saying. If he asked to come along. He asked if we wanted to do green, and of course we always had key cards, so it was funny though. The craziness that went on. Then after that, you know, I mean, usually we all share, you know. But for some reason he came along, he didn't want to share anything. Oh well. I know, I missed those days too. Me and then so I think it was just you and me and Hip for a while, just the 3 of us. And then you left, and then, you know, we left that server. I know, yeah. He talks about you, he misses you, I miss you, we all miss you. You're hilarious. You're fun you're fun to play Dayz with too. Cause you're fearless. You and Hip are fearless in Dayz, I have to say. Like, you two are the only one that I, like, literally trust, like, to run with, that I won't die or nothing bad will happen to me. Yeah, seriously. I know people always like, oh, I think, oh, you know, it was funny because like, you know, because hip, sometimes you and I would play, you know, it's, and then like when you come on, I always play with you because you never get a chance to play, right? So when you have time, I always play with you. And remember, somebody always says, they go, how come when Silent comes on, you always like leave us and, you know, go play with him? I go, because he's never on. So I use my time wisely, you know. If I see him on, of course I'm gonna, you know, jump on with him. They're like, well, that's, you know, that's not, this is me imitating them. Well, that's not very nice. And I'm like, oh well. Hey! Hey, Piston. Hey, Reaper. It's Reaper, Silent. It's Reaper. When he has Discord. That's why I finally invited him to the group. I mean, it's like he could have been in the group.
I wonder if there's any bigger backpacks
even on
than the ones
Reapers,
we've got.
he took forever to join.
Yeah,
I think he didn't even join when I asked. I think when Reaper.
Is there
It's funny because I think Reaper asked and he joined.
250 slots one?
He didn't even join mine. He joined Reaper's before
Wonder how much
mine.
that is.
400k. It has
Reaper.
2 weapon slots.
He joined your server before he joined mine. So,
The
just so you
biggest
know.
one, I think.
I'm like, oh, okay,
At least the
finally.
biggest one you can buy at the trader.
Hmm.
He's on the server, on mine. Look at mine. I think it's the Hippo Z. It's the Hippo Z. But he's never on. No. Like he comes on once in a while. I think the only server he reads is Reaper's. So Reaper, you should feel special. He goes in there, just, you know, read something real quick, and then he's out of there within a minute or two. Yeah, he doesn't stay on Discord long enough. Yeah, he doesn't use voice. Okay, I'll tell you guys a secret. Don't tell him I told you this, okay? He has a very sexy voice. Very sexy voice. I think he has a mic, but I don't know if it works, but yeah. But then I think the main reason why he doesn't use it is because he's scared he might say something wrong, and then like that one time, remember, Silent? You know,
Oh,
he
God.
typed that
Has a bit of
word and
lag.
then he got banned. So
Yeah.
like he always has like, I think he's scared he
Starting
might
to
have
feel the lag
diarrhea
from
of the
the
mouth.
trader area.
Yeah.
And then it's, you know, it's
Oh,
gone.
it was going like 120 and then suddenly stopped.
Yeah,
Decided to
exactly,
twist one.
exactly. That's.
At least it's not
I
the
think
ocean.
he's scared. He might accidentally
Mm.
slip and say something and
It's
chat,
alright
and
now.
then you know, that's it.
Turn around, Tona. Going the wrong way.
Thank
Hey
you.
Reaper, I came on your I came on your PWN map, and I was all the way up south, so I have to fight my way all the way down, which I made it. I was up south, and there was like tigers and all kinds of crap, you know. But I made it, and then when I got to the trader, something amazing happened. There was this guy there, and he gave me a bunch of free clothing. So my clothes is all geared up and stuff. I know, right? I like have the best of luck. So I was like, okay.
Woohoo, we're here.
And the worst part is that I don't even know who he is. No idea. Oh, which map is it?
Look, the people is you can get the boat and then get the
Bring it
storage,
back, yeah.
access to the storage.
Oh, Reaper, I totally forgot to tell you
Interesting.
something bad happened also. Well, not bad, but something stupid happened with me on your server.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was possible.
Well, tell me about the map first.
Nice.
What map is that?
Right.
Okay. I'll come back and sell the pig
whoa.
skin after I
What's
sell the
Obama
guns.
giving 700k for? What's this about?
Okay, no
I don't
rush.
care. I'm jumping in here. What you spending 700k for
Oh,
on
is it? Okay.
Obama? That's a lot of money.
I'll have to
Wait,
look
what's
for it.
up?
Okay, Reaper, this
I'm just curious to
this
see
is
what
a
you're spending
stupid thing.
700k on.
Oh no, I was in the wrong chat. We're almost to a little bird.
So I was
God damn it,
deleting
no.
a bunch
Nope,
of
you're not like
servers
me.
that I no
Bird
longer
sucks ass.
like
Nope. We want to be the
play
first
in
team
and
on
chat
here.
in and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
Ellie, not you.
And I
Yeah,
accidentally
just slow down.
clicked yours.
Probably not.
Come on.
Okay, now I accidentally left your server because I was leaving a bunch of servers that I didn't, if people weren't, I didn't play on anymore, and people weren't chatting on that, and I accidentally, fat hand, click yours, and then I join again. So, I can't see
Yeah, it's
anything that's
1.5.
supported.
When Steve logs on, we definitely have enough for it. But I'm gonna go
Oh,
try
he's
to
lying.
Yeah,
farm
yeah,
out some more.
Discord.
God, what are they doing
No,
to that poor car?
Obama, no, Obama.
Oh yeah, I'm farming with them though, you know.
God damn you both. You're part of that fucking 12 strong team, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's not
Yeah,
new.
you can't beat
It's
the
my
masses.
finger. It's fast.
But one
Look
thing
at
you
me.
can take advantage of.
It's fast. So I was clicking real fast, and then it's gone,
Obama,
And then I
make
join
sure your
again.
shoelaces are tied, buddy.
I've got 2 helis.
That guy.
So
I'll have to come
if
back
you
for
put
the blaze
anything
and the
about that in
crossbow.
the supported group, I probably didn't see it. That's why.
2 testicles.
Oh, you're there.
What is
No.
that guy
Yeah,
talking
it's
about?
fine.
I don't
Don't
know what
worry.
goes on in your head, bro, but
Talking about
that's
testicles? Oh, something's wrong.
Oh, that only worth. Flip flops ain't worth very much.
Okay, this is the boring part, chat. I'm sorry. So if you need to grab a drink or something, this is when to do it. I'm just selling stuff.
Surprisingly, the assault backpack was worth a bit of money.
How much?
I think 5 grand.
Well, something. Damn, people is selling the nails 55k.
Oh.
Wow.
Sell yours.
How much do you think we should ask for them? I'm just here ready to ask for a price.
What about the metal
The
wire?
P2P trader.
Look at the
Yeah,
list.
you can list that as well.
Look at the list, Tony.
Yeah, I'll give it you, Toner.
Okay.
Look at the list, and then you
No,
can
no,
see.
you listed. Okay.
You
I'll do that.
could see it,
Yeah.
and then do a middle sale on that.
I'm not
like a
sure how
middle
you do
price.
it.
Well, the cheapest one is 55k. So,
So
and it's the only one I think.
Oh, there's only one.
Well, it says cheapest 55 and like the highest price 55k and lowest price the same price is the same. So I'm
Metal wire,
guessing
10
it's
and 20.
just one option available at the moment. See. Yeah. The right nails doesn't comes up. A box of nails.
Oh. I know, right? I wish that, I don't know. I hate the part where, like on Reaper server, like anything on your,
Yeah, there's only one listed for
stuff, you
55k.
can't sell it on
So I'm
this
gonna
is
list mine
expansion, I
in
assume.
35.
Was that your nails?
So it sells everything. You accidentally might sell your
The
gun.
nails.
I hate that.
Mm-hmm. I have sold metal wire before the wipe in 20k. And probably 30 as well.
There's 10 and 20 listed on there.
Well, not too different than it was before then. All right.
Do you want a can opener?
No, thanks. I'm good. Okay, I have listed the nails.
I
already.
have to, Silent. Shut up. You see me shoot at stuff. What are you talking about? I shoot at things. Oh look, it's king crab legs. King crab leg. Somebody cooked it and didn't eat it. What? Oh, somebody has a shark. Look, I think if you chop it, you get more, right? See if when you chop that, you get more money for it.
Looking
I
through
think.
what crap I've
You
picked
might
up.
want to look at the price for it. I mean, when you fillet it. I'm sorry. Check the price for fillet.
Here. King, come here. Oh, bro, cut up that
Use
fish.
that.
Cut that fish. Yeah, make sure you use that knife. Pristine condition. A lot more money for that.
I am. Did you see the the mirror room I posted, Reaper? It's hilarious. I was looking at the video before I did because I posted it. I was like, this is taking me so long, and I looked at it, and yeah, mirror room. I did mirror room by myself, and it took me forever, so I had to go into it's been a while into editing, you know, PSP. I did an edit and I fast forward so much, as much as possible. I posted on YouTube. But if you go to YouTube, I'm sorry, but I posted some mean stuff as the title. So I'm usually not a mean person, but some of the title I put on there. It's
Right.
correct though. It's not. It's
Sounds
true.
some crap.
It's true. Okay, the title's true, but I guess I shouldn't put it out there like that. Now you guys are gonna go look at the YouTube titles. Yeah, but Reaper, you know you could take it. That's why I do it. You're the only one who I do that to, you know? You're the only one who knows how to take a joke like that. Everyone else is such a, you know, I won't say, but, you know, they get a little bit offended. It's like little stuff like that. It's all for fun, you know? They're like crying, you know? Yeah, you shoot me and it's like nothing, you know? It's like, and then it's like someone,
I wonder if that
you
fits on
shoot
my
another
gun.
friend and they're like crying about it. Exactly, Reaper. Exactly. It's like I'll be like, hey, you know, like I always tell you
good.
what I'm gonna do. And then you shoot them and they agree to it, and then later they cry about it. They're like, you know. 44K. Construction. Oh, I thought I could sell this laptop. This guy right here. Oh, here it is. Laptop and okay. Idea silent? Yeah,
Oh,
they craft
silly my hammer.
the
Oops.
it's all that extra stuff. Tango 6 wood. Oh, you know what? This is a Deerisle map, and it's there's like there's a bunch of people here. I'll show you the list. Hold on. There, look. Look at the list on the left. There. Just keeps going on and 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 on. Let me look. Right now there's 102. Let me refresh it. The Deerisle map. Oh, come on, give me the number. 104 people. It's 104 people on right now. Yeah, exactly. This map actually has a lot of people. It's actually a good map if you are looking to make a bunch of friends. I like a lot of people.
Hey, Static, do you want the head torch? Account, or you
He
good?
gave me one, I think. Oh no, well, I've got a head torch, a white one. I found
You
one.
have one. Okay. Good.
Trying to think what I do need. Need to get a proper helmet and night vision, don't I, really?
Yeah, that's what we need at the moment, I think. Well,
It's showing. It's not,
Did you sell head torches,
it's not
sir?
showing this to sell.
the guy with the press,
Am I
ballistic
losing it?
press vest.
Ah, yeah.
I know, right? I got
Oh,
it.
God.
I don't know.
Right. Oh, that's the one I'm wearing. So,
We drove
oh.
fine. Did you see us driving? It was fine.
And I'm guessing you sell light bulbs for cars to the garage people.
Okay, I'm gonna list
Yeah.
those.
Should be. You still have a crossbow here. And the Marlin, I think.
Yeah, I'll
Tony,
get
I'm
that.
gonna put my backpack in the car for a second, so I'm not carrying it.
Okay. Okay, no problem. We will not sell the backpack.
Quick, sell it before she comes back.
I guess who gave me that backpack?
Me?
No,
I don't know.
I'll tell you guys the story. Listen to the story how I got the backpack, Silent Room.
Okay.
So I was fishing, right, this morning. Remember, Tony? I was fishing. I was telling you I was fishing. Right?
Yeah.
And I was fishing, and I didn't have room in my backpack anymore. And I looked down, there's a backpack next to me.
Huh?
Wow.
And then
Somebody like you.
I look and see if a certain admin was on, and he was on. That's why. That's how I got the backpack.
Oh, that was really nice.
Yeah, it was very nice. Okay, everything else I'm gonna... Is that abuse? I couldn't fill my thing up. I was out of room. Okay, so I made 47. What's 47,000 divided by 3? 47. 1, 3, 1, 7, 8, 8, no, 5, 15, 6, 18, 5, 15, 2, 0, 5, 6, 18, 7, no, 6 is 18, 6,
Oh, well, that's fucking cool.
18,
How much was this?
2, so, 15,600
Oh, shit.
around
Okay.
there. 15,600. So I need to send...
That's fine. You should hop in EMS loads in here.
15,600. Okay, let me tell him.
So, what do you mean so?
Tony.
Okay, go do your shit. I gotta finish the base. Lowe's on his way here.
Tony, I sent you money.
Okay, Kuppa.
Okay,
Thanks.
let me send you money.
But,
Static.
okay.
Oh, don't worry about it, mate. Don't have to give me
Yeah, I
money.
was going to say that we probably should just keep each one at least
Oh,
for
okay.
this time.
Okay. Well, I sent it.
I'll send you back
Okay.
in a little bit.
Okay. Okay, Reaper, I'll see you later.
Proof these fits.
Who else is leaving? Whoever else is leaving. They left us.
Doesn't. It's annoying.
I made 47. Wow, okay.
I don't know what this med pouch looks like that goes on the belt.
Because it all...
They look like the one I have in my, like, in this belt as well, but individually. And they are for the... do you have, what kind of belt you have?
The Falcon belt.
Well, you can attach the medical pouch to that one. And
Yeah,
a
but I
bunch of
don't-
pouches. But if you want a good pouch to attach to it, I think the tactical or the EOD pouch are bigger. But you can see the size of each. Well,
I know, but it
if you-
says there's a medical pouch, but I don't know which one it is. That's the problem.
oh, I know what is it. It's the IFAC.
IFAC. Okay.
Yeah, let me see if that's
Okay,
the right name.
so...
Or a bitch.
It has like
Yeah,
a
it's gone
medical
on now,
Red
yeah.
Cross in it.
Yeah, that's
we
it.
need to
It's gone
go
on the
to
bag
this
now.
guy right
Well,
here.
on the thing, yeah.
Yep.
And I can put another one of those on my backpack.
And we're gonna
Yes.
list this laptop. Let's see how much they sell the laptop
And I
for,
can dump
first
some of the
all.
stuff out of my bag into it.
Oh, no, nobody's selling laptop? Oh, they are. They're selling it for
I think I'm gonna buy a
25.
150
So 25.
slots
Let's
backpack for the car.
Let's
That'll
list
be
it for
probably
25.
good to have.
Why did it say
Laptop.
item reservation failed? What?
25. 1, 2, 3. Oh, do I have any
Who?
money on me? I don't.
I didn't saw anything.
I need money.
That's not reading in the chat.
Oh no, it's on my screen. Alright. Bye. Accept.
Okay, let's
Alright.
see. This is oh, sorry.
For some reason, it just
Sell.
didn't sell it to me before.
laptop. What did I say? Did I say 25? Did I say 25? Let me look.
Could buy some
20,
bandages at
yeah,
some point.
25.
That's a good idea.
So,
Always faster than the racks.
put on sale. 25, 1,000. Okay. Got that. Next, I'm gonna sell the vacuum bagger.
Okay, you ready?
Sell. Vacuum bagger.
Nah, I'm waiting for low.
Oh, how much are people
Okay.
selling this for? Forgot to
I'm
search.
trading him 2 RSAS mags for a box of nails.
I'll be in the heli.
Copy that.
4,000, 4,000, 3,200. So we'll do middle. So we'll do 3,500. 3,500. Put that on sale. Accept. Next was selling
Right. Bandages.
plan on construction of the.
One, two, three.
What is this used for? I think I'll keep that one for now. I don't know. Okay, we're selling the flex. Okay, nobody's selling it, so. Okay, since nobody's selling it, I wonder if we could get away with selling it for 40.
I got.
How do you spell it? F-L-U-X or F-L-U? Yeah. Why?
Hello.
Hey, clown!
Hey, how's it going? Going good?
Clown, what
Right.
thanks for the subscription. Thank you. I appreciate that, clown. Thank you. Yeah, Prime's is, if you subscribed with Prime, I think it's free, so you don't kind of owe anything. So thank you. Thank you, clown. Thank you. Hi, clown. Why are you gonna cry? Oh, it costs you 1,300 to 1,400 for a laptop? Silent, is that for the laptop? Did anyone?
I guess the stag gear's good. Seems to be expensive. That's right, I want a
It
tactical
costs
helmet.
1,000. Can you get a? Oh darn, Silent. Too bad you don't live here.
I think I'll leave that for a bit.
1,500. I would take you to the store right now and get you one.
Right, I'm gonna quit, guys.
Okay.
Alright, mate. You have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, news.
Good night,
Have
Static.
fun.
Sorry, I'm selling stuff. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
See you, mate. Wherever you are at the moment, I can't see you.
Oh.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, right here. Bye, Static. We love
See
you.
ya. Right, catch us tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, but I would just probably buy and then wrap it up and drop it at your house.
Kuppa, I'm going to get a snack, smoke a cigarette or a joint, and be right back. Right?
Okay, okay, sounds good. I'm still selling my stuff, so take your time.
Okay.
It's a present, Silent. You can't ungift something. $60,000? Look, somebody's listing 60,000 for. Oh, it's the card. Okay, that's why. Wait, did I not? Empty key card chip. Empty key card chip. No, I need the empty 10-ounce bag. Nope. Nobody's selling it? Oh, maybe I'll just keep these. I'll keep those. Which map, Clown? Uh, 9,000, 10,000, 14. So let's 11. 11K. Oh, okay. I know there's one coming out, but I wasn't sure what the name of it was. Did I just sell a mag for this gun? Damn it. I hope I didn't. Sci-fi 500. I don't think I have a Chai Tech, right? Magazine? No, I don't. Okay. Why aren't these magazines selling? Oh, there it is. Okay. There's so. I can't sell this. I don't know why. I'll put it in the car. I'll put this in the car. And silent. Are you serious? Thank you. I appreciate it. Why do you say oops like that for? Was that wrong? Nine of the 338. Yeah, I'm gonna save these for later. For sure. The sad part is that you can't sell these stupid hooks back. Like, if you buy them, you can't sell them back. I hate that. What did you mean to do? What were you trying to do? What were you trying to do, Silent? That you accidentally did wrong. Oh, you can't toss a you. I can't tell when you're typing that it's, you know, it's a joke and not real, you know. It's if they're being sarcastic or not. Okay, I'm gonna steal his big one. He could have this little one. There you go. Put that back and and you know, I'm gonna cook some of this meat right here. Because it's gonna go bad. There we go. It's done. Close that. I hate when people are close to your vehicle, you know? You're just like, what the crap? Get away from me, you know? You're like... Kill them. I wish. Right, Clown? I wish. Kill them all! Kill them! You know, yeah, like you run outside of the trailer, right? And then throw it in? Is that what you do, Silent? That's what you would do, right? Outside of the trailer and throw it in. Crap, I almost cooked a knife. Yeah, see, that's what Silent would do. Okay, I need to buy some 308 before we leave. I normally hold them so far too long and poof. Yeah, that's what you... And you know what also you do badly, Silent? You don't pick up your ticket for your vehicle. And then we're like, we drove like a, like, you know, off already, and then you're like, oh, I didn't pick up the, you know, my ticket. Always, always. Yep, through the map too. Okay, do I have too many knives? Should I sell? No, I shouldn't sell because you know what? I'm gonna need them. True. Okay, 308. We need 308, and that is from this guy over here. I know, you did have a pink ATV. It was amazing. I watched a streamer today and he was on a Daisy server where they could... Oh, they could ride dinosaur? Really? Oh, I want to ride a dinosaur. I want to ride on a dinosaur. You should find out what server that is. Let's ride on a dinosaur. Okay, let me go over here so I'm away from everyone. Oh man, that sucks. Why would they tell you? Was it a PvP server though? Maybe that's... Was it a PvP? If it's a PvE, I don't understand why they wouldn't give that information out. Okay, I'm gonna leave this at base. This book, just in case. And these bags. I bought those. Oh, okay, maybe that's why. Maybe it's whitelisted. What the hell? Somebody left this here. Oh, this is empty though. Empty. That's why. I was wondering, why did they leave a blister card? I was like, it's mine. It's empty. Okay. Okay. I'll tell him. Silent. Wonder if Tony's back yet. Is he still, let me check. Is he still on Discord with me? I watch me be in there by myself. No, he's still in there. Okay, so I need 900, maybe 900,000, maybe 91,000, for a 4 Raptor. That's the car I'm getting. So let's go check the bank and see how much money we need. Oh, no, wrong one. Let's go deposit our money. Okay, deposit all. So we have, oh, don't we only have, 200, 260, round down, 260. And the Rapture, chat, for Rapture, where is it? Oh, where it is? The 4 Rapture. Everything else is too expensive, so I was thinking I'll get the green one, 4 Rapture green. Look, it looks prettier than that. 900,400. So 90. Yeah. 900,000. That's how much we need. So we have like what? God, we have like a lot more. Chat, we're not even halfway there. Darn it, who's this? Oh, what's his name there? Let's see. Okay, you guys, I'm bad. I guess I shouldn't do that if I don't want. Did you see the name of the chat room? Not chat room. Name of the server was on the. Do I? Silent? Okay, so, TLHV. Okay, so, I don't think they have, oh, do loot runs at Paris. Yeah. We could do that. I thought, I misread that. I thought you meant Ludosaurus, like a dino. Oh, Silent, I miss playing this game with you in your crazy ways. Why are people leaving crap? Oh, like just everywhere here. Okay, let me check. Let's see. Okay, this is full. We got that stock. We got this stock. I need to put these.
How much does an ounce of Coke go for?
I hate when people come near my car, I swear. You know, as a rookie, I thought nothing of it when I go near people's car, but I understand now why. Like, they have stuff in there, you know? You just go right up to it. Okay, we're gonna save that. This goes here. Why do I carry these racks? What are these racks for? I forget. I know, right? It freaks me out now. It didn't in the past, but you know, sometimes people are crazy. I'll put this one there. I hate fixing inventory. That's like... Okay. We are ready. I don't know where Tony went. Do you guys remember what he said? Is he going for a smoke? Yeah, I can. Right there. But I think Tony wants to go looting. So that's what I'm gonna do later. Is just fish around there. Because I think this morning I fished a little bit only and I made... How much did I make? Did I make 20k? Just for a few minutes too. 20k I think. So that was good money. Montana, Tony's coming back in. You're on the server too, right? I forgot. Yeah, Tony, I think he went for... This is his car. He just bought it today. I'm gonna wait to buy my... I wanna buy the... Ford. Oh, did you... What name was... did you play under? Did I ask you that yesterday? I totally forgot. Yeah, I think you and I played... Like, is today my second day? I forgot. Around the same time, right? But I forgot what your name was on here. Silent, look at all these people. This is the North Trader. They don't have as much people, but it's still crazy here. You saw all that? You know, it's calmed down. But the South Trader is crazy down there. I try not to go down there. There's so many people. It's like, you know. You'll love it, Silent. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you in here. I mean, there was like in my morning time, there's like usually over 100 people on the server. Look at this guy. He's just chilling out. That's fine, Silent. That's fine. Well, it's not fine, but it's okay. I understand. Oh, there's that guy, Steve Irwin. Look, there's a guy named Booty on the Gucci. There's some of these people's names. Empty. How much is this? You have to buy the bag. Cannabis supply. The bags are 250 to buy. Oh, okay, so the flex is 4K to buy. Oh no, this is rolling paper. $250. So if I did 200 instead of 250, what's 200 times, how many do I have? 14. So 200 times 14, let's see, that's 4 and 2 is 8, 2,800. 2,800 for 14. Okay, let's go list that at 2,800. They'll get a discount. $2,800. Okay. There we go. No, no. No, I want all 14 of them. I did that wrong. Ooh. Oh no. Okay, I did that wrong. I have to take that out. Someone's gonna get mad. My listing. Where is it at? Did somebody just buy them? Vacuum bag. No, empty. No, that's not right. Your listing 12. Jar, flux, handsaw, keycard, laptop. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, it didn't list. Do I still have 14 of them? Okay. How do I list all 14? Let me double check. I don't want to... I don't want to cheat anyone, chat. I just need to double check and make sure it's not on here. Okay. It's not on there. It didn't list. Okay, so if I want to sell all 14... 14. Yeah, everything in my hand. How do I do that? Because it's only taking one. Maybe I'll just sell it and... Okay. It'll sell all 14 though, right? I don't want to, like, cheat somebody by accident. Okay, I took out 1,000. I think it should take. Okay. Yeah, I didn't list it. I'm glad. I was like, oh, okay, let's see if I could do this right. So, I want to set all 14 at 2,800. 14 pieces. And put on sale. That will cost me 140. Okay, that's fine. Please take all 14. Yes. Okay. Yay, we did it. Okay, let's look at the listing. Your listing. Just double check that one. 14 pieces. Okay. I don't want to do it wrong and then somebody goes, hey! I don't know where Tony went. He's still here. He's still in Discord. Tony? Oh, 801? That's not too bad, right, Silent? Is that reasonable for you? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think so too. I looked at my hand and I was like, oh my god, it only took one bag and I'm gonna be in trouble. So. Okay, okay. I'm just waiting for Tony. I think I should throw these rags away. Oh look, the fishing pole. I need this at base. And look, they have a photo frame. What do you use this photo frame for? Can you put it down? What happens when you put it down here? What? Look! It's a bunch of people on the... See? Let me take this off. Hey, look. It's like a girls' school. You see it? The picture? I know, right? I want to come. Look at the picture. Oh my god. I know, I didn't know that there was a picture right there. These people. I don't know these people. These girls. It looks like, okay. Well, I don't know. The third one from the top, from the left-hand side, looks like a boy. And then the rest looks like a girl. So it could be like a school or an orphanage, right? I don't know. Oh, shit. Back up, girl. Yeah, like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, it is Russia, huh? It might look, kind of looks like that, right? Like Princess Leia hairstyle. Some of them have the Princess Leia hairstyle. Anyways. Let's get up before and take that in our hand. Guys, I don't know where Tony went. Oh, these are the leg thing. He's still in Discord, so he went AFK. I wonder if he went AFK and then he did something and he fell asleep, you know? Oh, look at this blister key card. Look, it's empty. Can you imagine if somebody accidentally took this and they didn't know it was empty and they tried to sell it? Maybe I should empty this. And then they get in trouble. So I'm gonna empty this. Yeah, there we go. I don't want no one to get in trouble because they think, oh, I found something. You know? I'm gonna go sell it. You know, at the, you know, P2P market, and then they sell and then they get banned. No, Silent. That's not funny. What if they really like the game? I don't know how long I should wait for, Tony. I mean, I could go fishing, I guess, but that's boring. That's something I would do when I'm not streaming, right? I don't know if he fell asleep. That would be funny if he fell asleep. Well, it's not funny, but... Let's put the car away and then, cause that's like really long for him to be AFK. Yeah, he's never been this long AFK before. Do you guys ever like fall asleep at your computer or something? You go AFK and then you fall asleep. Why can't I close the door? Okay, let's put it in group. Store that in there. The video needs to be locked. Okay. Group. Store vehicle. Okay. It's store. Just in case something happened. He's still in Discord, so. Dayz. Why do I have money on me? You know what? When I was fishing earlier, okay, give me a tip. I bought this lure with the, what is it called? Oh, I forgot. And it allowed me to catch like maybe 5 or 6 or 7 fish before it disappeared. And now I can't find that one to buy. Where if you dig up the worms each time you fish, the worm disappears, so you have to get the worm again. And I can't find that, whatever it was that I bought, I can't find it to buy it again. I need help. See, it's damaged already. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I have a message. 1 second.
I'm back.
Hey, hey.
Hello.
Okay. Somebody just messaged me. I'm answering them. Sorry.
No, no problem. Oh, I have dropped something from my storage. That was weird. I spawn in and the grip, the foregrip from my gun was in the ground. I have got
Oh
an
my
announcement that
god.
said that multiple items were dropped.
That is so
Probably
weird.
should try a new foregrip for that weapon and see if that still happens. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
Some
usually that only happens if
bug.
you packed a vehicle, right? Remember in the other server, and then it's in you, and then you logged off, and then you log back on, everything drops on the ground.
Yes. Also, it can happen with some backpacks, backpack slots, I think,
Oh, I didn't
and
know that.
different things. Yeah. When they are bugged, I mean, not it's supposed to not to happen, but sometimes they're like there is an error in the mod or something that causes those things.
Okay. Hey, I store the car just in case, so if you get it out.
Nice. Thank you. Okay.
Let me get some water.
All right.
Yeah, right, silent. So I I on-clicked all my notices, so when somebody messaged me, there's no
Nice.
sound
I
at
got
all. So it's
a
so hard because sometimes
white pet
somebody
torch,
messaged me
better than
and
the red one.
I don't see it at all. So say that again, Tony.
That I found a white light pet torch better
Oh.
than the red.
Okay. Oh, good. Let's see. So, okay. Sorry, chat. I'm reading this message. Right now I don't mind which one. I'm in the city, which with the collectible trader. I swear. Yes, there is one in the city, right? Yes. Um. Silent. On. Do you remember playing Reaper on Niham? Are you still there? Okay, on Niham and Reaper, there's an orange door in the city, right? Do you remember where that orange door is? I'm trying to think. I know that in the city, there's a orange door, and that orange door is near the is it a school? Yeah, it's in New Niham, New City, right? Is it a school or is it a... God, I'm trying to think. Is it in the school? Okay, it's either a school or a hospital. Oh. I almost got in that car with Taz.
Right. I have sold already the nails.
Nice. Oh my god.
That's nice.
Someone bought
Yeah.
it, right? Good.
Yeah. That is great.
I know mine has no
Okay.
sound anymore, Silent.
We're not
So
doing
I don't
that.
even know.
Get at least some storage. And we have now 550 storage in the car with the new backpack.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
I'm gonna join you.
I'm over here, Tony, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'll be ready in a minute. Just buying a little few rounds. If we need it. Okay.
Silent, do you remember a mystical snake? I have no idea who that is. I'm like trying to remember. Mutual friends.
What do you want to do, Kuppa? Want to wait for the restart, or should we start moving?
We should move over there at least.
Good.
Yeah, as soon as this guy gets his car out of the way.
Yeah.
Let's see, I can't see you anymore. Where are you?
I'm in the right side, next to the garage, virtual garage pole.
Okay, okay. There's
To your the other side of the helicopter.
there's 2 garages, but both occupied. So.
Yeah. I'm next to Obama, waiting for Obama to fix his ass.
Okay, I'm next to King. I'll let you know if he's done first.
Alright.
Whoever's done first. Do you think King's car is far enough for me to spawn? You should have moved that car. What do you think,
Yeah.
Tony? Look, is that enough room?
Right. Yeah, it's out. Yeah. You can do it. I
Okay.
think you can try it at least.
You want the ATV or the car? BMW.
I think we should go in the car. We have more room. Thank you.
How to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna afford a fucking ring unlock for this bitch.
That guy's crazy. Yeah, I don't either. Let's see.
Where are we going?
Let's try someplace new. Right? A new place?
Okay.
So, let's see.
Well,
I don't know the map well, so... let me look.
Yeah. We could go Paris Island or something like that.
Oh yeah, let's go to Paris Island. I totally forgot. That's what yes, let's go there.
So I'm going to take the road that goes north. I think it's going to be faster that way.
I think so too, because the roads are nicer that way. Right, Tony?
Yeah.
It's nicer.
Yes. Yeah, it's more like straight roads without many towns. Damn. People drive like crazy in this town.
Yeah. Oh my god! He's on the wrong side of the road.
Nah. Oh,
Hey!
crazy.
You owe us insurance money.
Hey, why are you sitting in the back?
Because
Right.
that's the first door I
Kuppa.
opened. I opened that door first, and so I'm like, I'm just gonna get in, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, we should stop when it says 5 minutes, right?
Yep.
There. We're so poor. I'm trying to save money for the for Rapture, but at the same time I need night vision. And I'm thinking I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find night vision. So hopefully when we go to Paris Island, we'll find night vision. Tony, do you think we'll be able to find a helmet and night vision at Paris Island?
Possibly.
I know. Where did you find it last time when you went?
Into the area that is before black market. I found,
Oh,
to be
okay.
honest, three times a helmet with a night vision scope attached. But it's possible as well that things they have changed the loot pool a little bit. I don't know. Or the amount of loot that is spawned.
True. Okay, guys, let me get that gamma ready, so I just have to
Yeah, I
turn
was
it
thinking
on.
that also we can try at some point just go fishing close to the trader or at the base. Can be. And
Yeah. I think we should
see if we
fish at the
can.
trader. Next
At the
time,
trader, yeah,
yeah. Next time we're
that can be.
on. Next time we're on, let's do that.
And see how much can we make.
Yes.
I was thinking to go in a place where we can have the car parked next to where we're fishing.
Yes.
So one of us can at least go and sell everything, or we both go, but we have like the storage from the car.
Yes. The car and us is full. Some guy said that
Yeah.
he made $500,000 fishing.
But I mean, how longer?
He said
How long it took for him to do that?
he said 10 hours.
Well, that's
That's too
quite a
long for
long
me.
time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think
Yeah.
we're gonna do less than 10 hours.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah, hopefully we'll make at least 200,000. That would be
Yeah, we need a
nice,
bunch
right?
of bait.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be great. We need a bunch of baits, and I think there are fish that are more expensive than others, like the shark. At least is 5K each steak,
Okay, Silent.
so that's not bad.
Good night
If
if
we
you
try
fall
to
asleep.
get
I
full
hope to
car
see
with
you soon,
steaks
okay?
and try to get
Don't
more
be a
shark
stranger,
than any
Silent.
other things,
Yeah, it's just by
but
luck, right, too?
yeah, it's like by luck, and I guess there is more chances to get the fish that is not that expensive as well.
True.
So it's a thing that probably just stay there fishing and fishing and fishing until you get what you're looking for. Somebody's talking about the fishing in the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
That he has no more energy.
Oh, that guy said he
That's
made
funny.
220 in 2 hours.
That's good.
That's good money, Tony.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Not at all.
Probably more than you can get looting at some point.
Yes, yes. If we fish for 2 hours, we'll have a total, we'll get 220. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm saving for a 4 Rapture. 900,000.
Nice. Okay.
So, it's gonna be a while for me.
You'll get it a couple of days. I mean, if we are able to visit black market once, I'm sure you can just probably buy that car or a helicopter.
What do you think's at black market?
Well, probably a lot of angry AI, like monsters or zombies,
I mean, at the trader.
tougher
What do you
zombies.
think is there that you could sell?
Oh well, weapons, mostly weapons.
Oh, we need to start, Tony. It's 3 minutes.
Sorry, say that again.
We need to stop. It's 3 minutes till restart.
Oh,
Sorry, chat. There we go. Okay, I guess. Is my head thing red? It is.
yes.
Darn it. Okay, I gotta find a white one. So it's this.
Yeah, the red,
Oh,
the
the gray
white
one is.
definitely
Yeah, it
makes
has
difference.
to be blue. Has to be blue.
Not like big difference, but a little better.
Okay. I'm gonna go get some more coffee, and then I'll see you after restart. In 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, Chad. I'm gonna go get some coffee, and so I will see you after restart. So I will be right back on the screen, and let me exit this, and I'll see you back. Okay, chat, we're going in. I'll tap you as soon as we get in there. Okay, logging in. It's almost in. I hope I don't have to wait in queue. It's not packed, but I have to just wait till it loads everyone in. Okay? It's not full. The server's not full. Let's see. Let me look and see how many slots this server has. 127 it has. 127 slots. And let me see how many people are I don't know if it's accurate because there was a restart. So let's see how many people got in already. Yeah, it's still loading people in, so it's not gonna show. Okay, we're 14. I'm loading in. I'm 13 in queue.
Oh, okay. Me too. I'm in the queue as well.
Okay, we're 5 now. Hey, do you guys like my Be Right Back screen? It's so cute because like there's a house in the back with the bridge, with the river running. You know the animation on the river, so cute. Okay, we're 0 now. I wish there was one with like some bunnies hopping around, some kids playing. The mom and dad are, you know, inside cooking. The door opens and closes, stuff like that. Okay, I'm in. Let me tap you guys in. Let's see. Dayz. My moderator, you need to do your job. Some crazy stuff going on there. Sorry about that, chat. They just came in and spam and then leave. Spammers. Bad spammers.
Wanna check this place?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I was muted. Joe, hey, how are you doing? I said hi to you. I was talking to you. Sorry about that. Yeah, Joe, how is it going? Yeah, the spammer came and, you know, did their thing and then left. I guess they pick on rooms that are kind of like a little bit busy, but not, you know. I assume the busy people get spam as well. But yeah, got spam and then they left right away. Silo, I'll check on that. Oh, I wanted to check this green crate right here. But I was saying that I always forget to put on Discord that I'm going live, and I do it like sometimes too late, or I'll do it like at the end, or I'll do it like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do it, and then the stream's almost over. There's like a zombie here that takes like how many loads? Right? Like all 30 of my loads. Do I have 30? Yeah, usually 30, right? Yeah.
Have you found anything?
Nothing. No guns.
I haven't found literally nothing, not guns or anything. Oh, there is a tough zombie here. That's ridiculous.
I know, right? They're annoying.
Oh man, many shots for the zombie.
Yeah, good to see you too. I don't think it doesn't bother me, like seeing their names. It gives me a chance, cause I don't know if my moderator is on, to see their name so I could fix that for next time. Cause that's what I think.
Yeah, the zombies.
He comes in
They have
later
like a stack
that,
uniform.
stack uniform.
They take. Yes, they take a lot of shots to kill.
Okay.
Yes, it's like STAG. You know, like this the same. There is a section with that clothing in the trader. I think it does have something to do with Deerisle. The story of Deerisle or something like that. It was like Stack Corporation or organization or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, he comes in later, if he doesn't catch me, and he'll just ban them for me. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Is this, is this the same condition? Yeah.
You're not picking up max or attachments?
I'm not. Unless it's like, it's mine, or if it's, sells for a lot.
Yeah, well, yeah. Always better. Some attachments are not that bad. The small butt-sticks that take 2 slots for 500. If you don't have anything else, I usually grab them just to fill the spot, an empty spot.
Yeah, I guess I could drop them later if I, don't need
Yeah,
them.
yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. If I find something better, but well, I just drop the small things.
Ooh, that might go for some good money. See, I have to jump on top of this because I'm carrying a stupid bag. What the? What the?
Someone else is very close.
What? Did you see that glitch?
Oh, that's you.
Chat, you saw that glitch?
You're shooting.
Yeah, yes.
I see.
And one time I went like this and I saw my shadow and I was like, oh! What's that? I hate when they have nothing for me. Nothing good. Little backpack. Oh, I have to go inside here. Get in here. think these flare sell for 1,000. I think. I'm not sure. Oh, here's a 338. I have a 408 already. So I just don't have room to carry these guns. That's what it is. I need like money for a backpack. A good backpack. Oh look. Okay, how do we get over there? Oh, down here. Down here. This is a beach chair. Okay, close your eyes and listen to the water. Close your eyes, chat. You hear that water? Isn't that peaceful? I think it is. Like when you go to the ocean. You know, close your eyes. I wonder if I jump here I could make it. Is there anything over here? Oh, there's more stuff over here. Open these. No. Okay, Tony checked those already. Let's go over here. Oh, reminds you of fishing? I think the last time I went to the ocean is, it was interesting because we saw these people. What's over here? Oh. They're in the, surfing outfit. It's like, you know, they have like a surfing outfit they have on, and there was like a few of them, and it looks so much fun. They're up there, like with their surfboard and their surfing outfit, and looks really cool. Okay, where do we park the vehicle at? Where did he park it? Came through there. I don't think it's over here. I think it's back there. Right?
I'm in the ship, but I think there is just very few loot and not relevant stuff.
Oh, this is
I'm
a
just going to get
557.
out.
Okay. Let's check this vehicle over here. Here, let me take these markers off. You made him laugh today, Tom? non-Hmong people who date a Hmong girl, especially if her last name is Bang, Yang, or Tao. You know her brothers and uncles and cousins gang bang and gonna make that dude drink. My friend is a Bang. Oh yeah. Are you talking about like during the wedding, or are you talking about just regular outings? Because they do drink more on certain occasion, right? Oh, in general, yeah, they drink in general on all. Yeah, that's one thing. For sure, if you're a drinker, you would love to be with the Hmong girl, because that's all the family does is drink. The men, anyways, less females. I forgot where a vehicle is. Tony, I forgot where a vehicle is. Over here, right?
Over here. Yep.
Like they did. If you love to drink, you need to get a Hmong girl because your drinks are all free. Right? Your drinks are free. And the more you drink, the more they kind of like you. That's how it is. They're like, oh yeah, he's a drinker like us. Yay, you know. That's how it is. I know December, right? That's when all, like, tons of events, tons of gathering. It's a busy month. Joe, I listened to your song. It's so amazing. Is that your song or are you singing somebody else's song? Okay. Well, it sounds really good, so. I hear a pig.
Yeah.
Oh, just one?
I'm gonna kill it.
Okay, go ahead.
I see just one. Could be more, but nope. Just the one.
Tony, I'm gonna put what I found on the bottom of the car. Starting at the bottom.
Okay, no problem.
And I cooked those
Okay.
meat from the pig, so I'm gonna drop some for you too.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, listen, I'm fine if you wanna keep just selling everything and splitting up or doing it whatever you like. I just want you to feel comfortable. And usually Static don't like to split.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's why I
Okay.
told you earlier we could
Oh,
keep
okay. Okay. I
everyone
didn't know that. Okay.
his
That's
part.
fine. Okay. So when we with him, we could just do that, and then it's up to you when we are.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Here, let me
yeah.
drop
I'm
some food for
down
you.
for whatever is good. Okay.
It's in the pot. So grab those four. Grab four. Yep.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Can I put some raw? Well, I'm gonna put the raw steak that I just got in the trunk.
Okay, I'll put some in my
We got a lot of it.
I'll put some in the cooking pot, and when we stop, I'll cook some more.
Good. I hear pig. Think I heard it.
You? Where?
Yeah.
Wait, right there.
This way.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
right
see
there.
it.
I see it.
I see
Get
it.
him. Get him. If he's gonna do that,
So this
then
is
go.
a pig spawn location or what? Because
Oh.
the second time we got pigs in here, if you noticed. You remember earlier when we got the
Is this the
helicopter
same
crash?
area?
Is this the
Okay.
same spot we got
Oh,
the...
you know what? Let me mark it. I'll put pigs, and then if we're hungry, we'll come here.
That's good.
Let me look on the map. Okay. So, where I'm standing at. Right here. Well, let's put pig. And what's our marker for that? Like that. And for the group, and we'll put that.
I'm not going to pick up... Well, I'm going to pick up the meat. We see later what we do with it. Probably a good idea to smoke some of it.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing right now while you are over there.
Good.
Oh, really? Okay, if I'm gonna dance, there has to be money involved. $5 seconds, 10 grand. 10 grand for 5 seconds. People are like, 10 grand, 5 seconds. That's right. Tony, take some more meat from the pot.
Thanks, Kuppa.
Okay, let's put some in here. Or can I move it? we go.
Yeah, we have a lot of steak. Nice.
Yep, nice. Now we won't starve.
Yeah, we don't have to buy food. We don't have to pick up food for a while
Yeah,
at least.
exactly. And
For fish.
we could be anywhere and I could just cook the food.
Yeah, I was thinking about actually smoking it with the option that give you the barbecue cooking in the house, like the
Oh,
chimney.
oh, you like it
So it
like
lasts
that?
longer.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
it's because when you get it smoke it or dry it will lose the water in it, which is kind of bad, of course, but it will last longer before it goes rotten.
Yeah.
Because even though when you got it cooked, it can goes damaged, you know.
Yeah. I just have to drink the water and then cook it that way.
No, no, you cannot smoke it in the cooking pan. You
Oh,
need the actual grill.
okay, at the trader. You want to grill at the trader.
We could do that at trader or at any house with a chimney.
Yes. Correct.
Oh, is
Let's see.
there anything good inside?
I didn't see anything. Did you see something when you passed?
Nope.
Okay.
No, well, I was just checking those garages because
Yeah,
could be
I do that
something
too.
nice.
The only thing you can't see if it's a box of nails, you know? They're so small you can't see.
Yeah. Sometimes you cannot see it from the far.
We almost, let me look at the map, are we almost at Paris?
No, we still got bit of a way to go, but I will appreciate some help
Wait,
to navigate.
where's Paris at?
It's southwest, where from our location.
Is there
Probably not the corner southwest, but it's in green the name as well, so
Oh,
probably not easy
okay,
to
okay, oh,
to spot.
okay, let me look. Okay, I see it now. Paris Island, let me look. So we're coming. Okay, we're gonna come down. Yeah, you're gonna stay on this road for a long time. Oh, there's not a lot of turn. So when we get
Sorry,
to...
I just want to check
yeah.
this real quick.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be
Nothing.
this...
Nothing from here.
This road for a while.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna stay in this road until you let me know to take a different one.
Yeah, it's gonna curve. It's kind of like a little tiny turn into the town of Westbrook, I think. Go down here, last turn. This way, down here, and it goes straight to Paris Island. I don't know why they call it Paris Island. It's not an island, right, by itself? Now this is an island. This is an island. This is an island. Tony, why did they call Paris Island? Why don't they just call it Paris?
No idea.
Okay.
It looks like a little island next to the main island.
Yeah.
I'm not
but
sure.
It's not separated, huh? Like you could just go through it.
Yeah, possibly there is a bridge and it's a different island with
Oh, there is a
with a
bridge.
bridge.
Okay,
I don't know. Okay, where to go now?
Oh, you just have to go
I'm
straight.
trying to find out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but there is a lot of.
Let me see. Oh God. How do you?
I can
Oh.
go through
Oh,
a
yeah, you
thing,
can.
but yeah, we're probably very slow and carefully.
Okay, that's fine. Garbage street.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to cut the grass and the weed. Trim the weed.
Look at that building in the left.
Oh my God. That's interesting.
You wanna check that?
Yeah, I just want to see what's inside. What it looks like. You think that's a good base? Look at this guy.
Well,
Punch
the
this
only
guy.
bad thing is yeah.
He's waiting for me, I think.
Get out. I mean the zombie, of course. There you go. He died in the top of the car.
That's what he gets. Well, let's go on an adventure, Tony.
Yeah. Let's see what is in this place. I also see a military building very close. Could take a look.
I like this patio, Tony. How big? See how big it is?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's a very nice setup they made for this location. With this thingy. The race.
Oh, that's it? Doing it?
Yep. I think so.
Just the patio is
But
the nice
in the
part,
other
right?
side of the screen. Yeah. Really nice. Is it a is that a military building? It's industrial. It's industrial. We got industrial area and military. You wanna check that?
Yeah.
I think people comes here
I don't know.
with
They
South Isle traders. Let me check that. Let's take a look.
Sure he can. Cool lock. Do you need a jerry can, Tony? Did I not take this? Oh, I just don't have the room. Okay. There we go. Looks like, damn. What's this building? Get in there, girl. Oh, look. Some wall painting. I don't know if we could sell those though. I think I saw I picked that picture frame before, like the one we saw at the trader. earlier, and I tried to sell it, and it wouldn't let me sell it. So, ooh, there it is. This is a room divider. Ooh, that comes in handy. People love room dividers. Oh my god, look at this. It's so tiny. Each room is so tiny. Little tiny rooms. Okay, we're gonna get lost in here. Okay, how do we get out? This way.
Place is a bit dark, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of
There's nothing here.
dead body piles.
Oh.
Yeah, inside of a train, even inside of a train.
Oh,
I was looking for loot.
ooh. Well bucket. You know what? I'm gonna take a rope
Have you found anything
and sell that.
interesting?
I found a room divider, well
Oh,
bucket, that those 4 dial, you know, combination locks that I hate.
yeah,
I hate those.
yeah, yeah. Those are not nice to use at all. I'm back to the patio house, you know, and I'm gonna cross street. I'm gonna mark the car. I kind of went a bit away from it.
Did you go to the police station?
No, I didn't.
It's already open. Okay, somebody's been here. No, there's nothing here. Yeah, it looks like they came through here. Oh well. Okay, where's Tony? Oh yeah, see, somebody came through here. There's the car. Oh, that's a Zed. Just saw a Zed running. Table lamp. Oh, a Zed over here. Tony, do you know Bella Black? Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
of
okay.
course.
I think I've seen her name before.
Can I invite her?
Yeah, you should.
To, I cannot invite. I mean, to the Discord server because the group is already full.
Oh, let me look see if I could do it. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, Chad. I had to tap out. Group. Oh. Oh, she's not a friend of mine, so I don't know how she spells her name and all that. I can't invite her. You could invite her to. Do you know how to? You know how to invite her to my group, right?
Yes, let's go to your group then, and
Okay.
from your group, I invite her.
Oh,
there.
okay, okay, that's fine. Cause this is
Let's,
not our
let's,
group, and so.
yeah, this is a static.
Okay,
Yeah, I
okay.
just find out we were in a statics one.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's leave
Okay,
here.
I'm going there.
Okay.
See you there.
Sorry, chat. Okay, so now you invite her into my group like you did with Static, and then tell her to come in here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Bella.
Oh, good.
Hey, how are you
How are you
doing?
doing?
Oh,
Oh,
pretty
good.
glad I get a start out here. I started out in Stonington, so
Stonington.
yeah.
Is that south, right?
Yes, that's pretty much,
Okay,
yeah,
Can
straight
you
south.
invite her to the group, Tony? Or do you want me to do it?
let me see. Let me see because
Okay.
I think the group
You
can only have 4 people.
Are you
It's
sure? Let me look.
yeah, it says 4 of 4. Look next to the name.
Okay, we'll kick Possum out for now.
Okay.
Well, I
Okay,
appreciate that.
now,
Poor
now,
possum.
now add her.
There you go. Have
Am I
to
good?
press
All right.
Control J.
All right. Did that come
Yep.
true? Yay! All right.
No, it has not come through yet, but try again. Yeah, now I can see you now.
Okay.
Working.
Let me see if I could see you. Where are you at?
We are north around Westbrook. We were going to Paris Island, but we can go pick you up first and
Yeah,
then
we could
keep
pick you up, Bella.
going.
Oh, okay, nice.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll just loot around here a little bit and see if I can find anything. You said AI or are mostly just at the guest areas?
Yes, they have removed the AI temporary because there
Oh,
was glitch or bugs going on related to them. They will
oh,
probably add them later, so they just got like tougher zombies, especially in those areas,
oh, okay.
in the gas zones. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know how the updates are when they come out. They always cause a bit of problems for everything. So, all
Yeah.
right. Well, I'll just kind of stick around. I'll just stick around here looting. Is there anything in particular I should be looking for?
Well, pretty much everything sells, but the most valuable stuff you can get by looting is nails, metal wire, and furniture kits.
Okay, so I just found like a antique wall clock kit. Will that sell good?
Yeah, that's 8,000 right there.
I'll pick
Around
her up then.
8,000, I think. Yep.
Yeah, I always like starting out down around here. It was hard not to choose to go to Waldoboro, but I didn't think I'd really find a good weapon there. So, but down here you always find stuff like that.
Oh, finding weapons is not that hard. We will get you something nice. In the military areas, you find tons of weapons. Then you have to get the magazines and probably a couple of side or attachments.
Okay.
Is it the right way, Kuppa?
Let me look on the map.
I think so, but this is crazy over here. I don't know if I can go through.
Oh goodness, I found a planter box load kit and a sewing kit. I'm assuming that goes on
Nice.
that table. I don't want to go too far because I don't have a backpack.
South.
Oh crap. And a small iron safe kit. Shoot. There's all kinds of stuff down here.
Yes, Tony.
Oh, well,
Oh,
you're in a
yes,
good
Tony.
spot then.
Yeah, I figured I'd probably find some good stuff down this way.
So you just keep going on this road all the way down south, and we will hit her. So
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna be on this road for a while.
I'm looking for a backpack.
Oh, what's that, Tony? Look at Tony go, chat. Do the Tony. What is that? Looks like a UPS box full of goodies.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. It's cannabis workbench kit, and it's
a
ruined.
workbench? It's a workbench?
It's a cannabis workbench
Oh,
kit,
okay, okay. If we want to
and it's ruined. Yeah, I think I shoot it by mistake. I keep it anyway, so we could try to deploy it and see if it works, but probably it's trash now.
Oh, man.
Well, I picked up those kits and I put them all in one spot in one building and I marked them on the map for me. So when you all get
Okay.
here, I can't find a backpack to put them in.
That's a good idea. We have room in the car if you want to put him in the car when we get there. Where are we at?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Stay on this road for a while.
I should have hollered at you beforehand and I could have spawned closer, but I wasn't for sure if you were on or not. Thought
No
I'd just
problem.
give you a shout and see.
We'll be there in a bit. It's not too far.
Look at that base, Tony.
Yeah, looks nice.
Nice.
Have you all built a base?
Not yet. We have only a tent, but we already got a spot with a flag and all that. The cabin C cost I think 500k. And I have a workbench kit and a PvP craft book.
Oh, nice.
But nails are expensive, and we're trying to get money, so we're pretty much selling all nails we find at the moment.
Ah, okay. So I'm taking it you cannot buy nails. Well, can you buy nails?
No, you cannot. But you can sell them in two ways. You can sell them like directly to the regular trader, and also to the P2P market.
Oh, Tony, hold on, Tony. So go back and make, yeah, go back. We missed the turn.
Left. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Well, the good news
There
is
is
down here so far, I've only run into one zombie. Yay, I found a backpack.
nice.
Keep going. Not this one, the next one. Yeah, right here. Turn right here. Right, yeah, right there. Then keep on this main road. And then we're almost, well, not almost, but this road should take us almost to her. Straight to her. Oh, look at the map. Keep going.
Yeah.
This is not a roleplay server. Not a roleplay server.
I see already on the screen
Yay.
Bella's marker.
Yay, I see yours too. Yay. I'm headed back to those kits right down the road, so I'll be getting a little closer to you.
Good.
See if I can put them all in this backpack.
Is this her? Oh.
We good on this road? Well.
Are we going
Let me
to
see
her,
map.
or you say you?
Yeah, we're going to her.
Okay.
But I still not sure which is the turn. So yeah, we
on this
could
road.
take the last one.
Yeah, you could go that way or the other way. It doesn't matter. It'll hit her either way. Yeah, just go down that road. Oh. I missed that turn.
Oh, it was the last one.
Yeah. I was like, you missed it. It's a little road, right? That's why. And then just go down.
And there is this garage in the middle of the road.
Oh, okay.
Somebody got crazy there. I probably think it's a public garage. Who knows?
Then keep on this road, no turn, and then when you get to the T, she should be there.
Okay.
Almost there. Keep going. Keep going straight. Going. Bella, you see us? We're almost at you.
Let me see. Yep, I see you. I'm running out to the road.
Okay, we're there now. Right here.
Yeah, I see you. Okay. Awesome. Oh, nice ride. I just heard wolves.
Is that wolves?
Yes.
No, we want to kill the wolves. We want to kill the wolves.
I just picked up a bunch of wolf meat. Well, I don't have any guns, so...
Pick this up, Bella. There's a gun in the car, and I'm gonna drop the bullets for it. It's in the gun slot. Let me pick it up in my hand, and I'll drop it for you. It's right here, in your pit. Have you picked up the rounds?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Come on, bad boys.
Also, I have something else for you. This revolver.
And then stay.
And bullets.
Nice, thank you.
And then Bella, stay on the ground
Okay.
until I see them. Because I think as soon as you climb something, they stop coming.
I see him. I see him. Yeah, they are coming 200 meters. In the road now. Oh, they're jumping like crazy.
Wait till they get in the grass. They might go in the ocean. One down.
Three down.
Nice.
Okay.
Zombie.
Zombies typically have anything?
Yeah, they have loot on them. Sometimes some interesting stuff. Usually Pokemon cards or food or rope. And you can of course sell the pelts, the meat, and there is also fishing.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a rope and then make a well kit.
Nice axe. A Viking.
Yeah, I just found it along with a bunch of wolf steaks.
Look, I'm gonna drop a knife.
I have a knife. I just
You have a knife? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a knife.
Okay.
My inventory is just already full because I picked up all those kits.
Oh, okay.
I'll cut this one up for you all.
Here.
I saw that there's no fly zones on here. What is that exactly about?
Okay, so now we got a well kit.
That is the gas zones. The
And I
gas
could
area.
sell that at the trader.
Ah, gotcha.
And I think it used to be because the AI that was there shoot you.
Yep. Do you want to come get this?
Shoot your helicopter. Yep.
You got it, Tony.
Thanks. Yep. You get also the rope.
Bella, you need some food?
Yes, I would
Okay.
love something to eat.
Grab the cooked meat in the pot. Grab all 3 of them.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Is this your Viking axe?
Right? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just carrying it in my hand because I'm so full.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I picked up all three of those kits and that sewing kit, so. There we go.
Okay, nice, good.
So I'm taking it from what I can see in chat, fishing is a moneymaker.
Yeah. Also, black market. I mean, there's different ways to make money, but possibly at the beginning, yeah, fishing.
Yeah, I'll join the Discord.
It's really good.
Through it, see what all it says. Thought, well, I had a little time. We've had some really bad weather here the last few days, so it's not been really possible to get on or stay on for very long. I won't mess my nice new computer monitor up.
Have you been on that site? Got a new base already?
No, not since the other day, but I will log in later on tonight because I'm part of the territory. I think if either one of us logs in, it saves the base. So,
Yeah.
but no, I'd like to do
Thanks.
another run around.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I
Find more
love playing
materials
Dead
for the
Side.
base.
Yeah. I love Dead Side. It's actually next to Dayz, probably well, I don't know. I really like Enshrouded too. Have you tried that one out yet?
You want to go to Paris Island still? We have room.
We can, yeah. It's right there up the same way we came. I want to see if I could find a helmet with night vision. And night vision.
Okay. So you like Enshrouded?
Oh, I love that
It's nice.
game. Oh, I love that game. Scarpines and we've played it quite a bit together, and man, the building on it is phenomenal. You can do so much, and the decorating. We've had such a good time on there. It's a lot of fun.
Nice.
We have
Yeah, it
a
looks
major
fun.
compound. Yeah, they're supposed to be getting an update this coming month, so I'm looking forward to it.
We are at Camp Wolf. We probably should loot this place real quick. Or is it here or where it's?
Wouldn't hurt to. I'm gonna dump these crates and these kits in the car if you don't mind, so that way I can
Yeah.
have some loot room.
That's a good idea.
Or not. The car is full.
No.
Is it full?
It's go.
Oh.
See, it's.
No.
Oh,
Scroll
okay.
down.
All right.
Scroll down.
That'll give me a little bit of room.
Oh.
Do you need help, Tony?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Okay, this guy has a plate carrier, but I cannot see it. Let's see the. Cannot
Let me
loot
see
the
if I can
zombie.
pull it off.
Yeah, try to see if we can get it for you. Also, some of these have the other kind of vest.
Yeah,
I
I
think it's
can't.
ruined. Yeah, I ruined
Yeah,
it.
I can't loot him either. I think it's where he's kind of partially in the ground.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
see if any of
seen that
these guys
before.
have anything else. Nope. Okay. Well, unlucky.
Ooh, yay. Water well. So how long have y'all been on this server? Did they wipe?
They wiped, yes.
Oh,
They
okay.
wiped yesterday, I think, or the day before. The
Monday.
27,
Well,
the day, same day the update
yeah.
came out.
Yeah, I think Nevaeh is going to start working back on Hollows Creek now that the updates come out. She might give it a couple days and see what kind of fixes are going to have to be for some of the mods we've already put on, but hoping to have it up and out public at least for a test, maybe in a couple weeks.
Nice. Let me know.
You'll have to
Which,
come join us. We'll,
sure. That would be great. You say it's going to be PNW, right?
yeah, no, it is it PN's. Yeah, PNW.
Nice. Where
Yeah.
is the car? Ah, in the garage, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be PNW, but I think after that, I'm either going to we'll do a second server because we're going to have, one of their friends has his own server, so it's going to be on a private server, like run on a private server. Right now it's on Ping Perfect, but I think we're going to do a second one, and I'm probably going to do a Livonia map since it's going to be
Nice.
free. Either a Livonia map or I'll wait till the new Daisy map comes out. Are there like key cards and stuff on this map?
Yes, there are, and there's also the DNA workbench mod. So you won't find the key cards, but you
Okay.
will find like blank key cards
Yeah, the blister packs.
instead, and the blister packs, and you have to make the wrench and
He's trapped
program
down in the
the key
ground.
cards.
Yeah, we're doing that right now too. Nice one, Kuppa. Got some more coming up
No,
from
he's
over there.
crazy.
Yeah, he was glitched in the ground and he was hitting me and I didn't even realize it. Come here. Nothing. Yeah, we're playing on well, I've been playing on a couple different Deerisle servers and a couple different PNW servers. And then I've been playing on a Bitterroot server. Has been a test server. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. But it's PVE with PvP zones. So,
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
but they
Yeah,
closed it
that can be
down.
fun.
Yeah, they closed it down while they were doing some more work to the map. It's I guess the guy that's creating the map, and
Hmm.
it should be opening back up in a couple more weeks or so. So I'm looking forward to that. That is a beautiful, fun map.
Beetroot.
Yeah. He's
Never played on it.
Yeah, when he gets it worked on and maybe gets it, if he releases it to the public, I may do a server with the using that map.
What kind of map is it?
It's based on, I believe, Montana. And
Oh
it,
yeah, I have heard about it.
yes, love it, love it. But yeah, it's probably, and it's not even like completely done, but there's still a lot of stuff to do on it. It's a really nice map. Love the way it's set up. Yeah, when he opens it back up, I'll have to holler at you, and you can maybe get on and give it a try and see what you think. I'm not completely sure what all he's adding, but he is adding some new stuff.
Tony, are you mute?
Nope.
Okay.
Was just drinking some tea.
Okay.
A bit away from the mic so I don't make noises. Sorry.
Ah.
But I'm hearing what Bella said. So we on the right way, right? Just keep going straight
Tell
here.
me what?
Yeah.
We
What did
headed
they
to
tell you?
Paris.
Yeah.
Oh.
The moment heading to Paris, but we
Oh.
could park whatever you guys
Thank
like. I
you.
mean, I didn't park in that little town, but I can go back. Still very close. Think
Yeah,
it's worth it, Greenville?
well, I don't know what kind of room you all have to loot,
I
but
say we just
Let's
go
go.
straight to Paris.
Okay,
So at
okay,
least we
let's do
get to
that.
see it, yeah. We get to see it at least.
Yeah, we're going to be full soon. Anyways,
No, thank you.
shoot, I know to
Thank you for
drop the
coming in,
not good
Joe. I
stuff for the
appreciate
good
it.
stuff, though.
Appreciate all of you guys
no,
supporting me
don't
all
worry
the
about it.
time.
You need to get used to the prices first to really know what is worth it to carry.
Bella, who's making the
And
map
not,
that you're gonna play with on?
Honestly, I do not know his name. I don't even know. I don't belong to their Discord. Um, Another person I play with is a part of their Discord or knows how to look it up. I had a hard time joining the Discord for some reason.
Uh-huh.
But I'll let you know. Um, I think it's like in the next week or two, he's supposed to be opening it up again, maybe.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
it's like testing. It's a test server,
Okay.
because he's obviously building the map. But like I said, like all military pretty much is PvP. So, uh, but the rest
hmm.
of it's all PvE.
So,
I just I just pick and choose my chances to go to military.
so
But you don't
he just
actually have
wants
to
you guys to
go.
run around and test it out for him then.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. It was like, I want to say like mostly vanilla. He didn't really he had some mods on there. I think some clothing, special clothing and stuff, but it was just a lot of fun because, you know, sometimes when you play Daisy on a heavily modded server, I don't know, sometimes you just need more of a challenge. So we had a really good time though. Me, Brian, and Scarpons played on it together.
The struggle, right, Bella?
Yeah, I love the struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta have the struggle sometimes to keep me happy. Which I'm also not knocking sometimes, even just having the weird, you can make $1 million every time you go to Paris kind of thing too, because I play on a server like that. We've been having a lot of fun on too, but.
Oh, careful, Tony. We didn't want to be in the ocean.
Yeah, I hope this bridge isn't broken.
Hopefully.
Well, it is Deerisle.
It's broken now. No, it's kidding.
Honestly,
Yeah,
as
but
far as taking us, we're pretty good.
in this server, they have the two main bridges that are broken that divide the island. They are usable. You can
really?
cross the bridge. They have like
nice.
a actual bridge there. Yeah. So there is
Yeah.
a road in the left. We probably should take that road.
Yeah.
Is there a road?
It is a road.
It is a road. Yeah, I don't know where you want to start at in Paris, so you're basically on the backside near those three helicopter pads.
Let's just find a place close to an entrance or something, and we park.
Grandpa ain't giving it up.
He's not giving up.
Now he's gonna chase us all the way into Paris. Yeah, it's nice they've got the bridges fixed to be able to drive across. We've been playing on one where you can pack your vehicles up, so we've just been pulling up to it, packing up the vehicle, and running across them because it beats driving around the long way to get anywhere.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to actually use the bridge. Careful with Grandpa.
There, he won't bother us anymore. Is this pretty lightly looted server?
No, in fact, it's a lot of people looting everywhere, all the time. And the loot does not respawn like crazy everywhere. So it's
Well,
a bit hard to find the stuff.
So it's a challenge.
Yep. Oh, blank keycard. Nice.
Nice.
I heard someone.
Yeah, I do too.
Motorbike.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he's over here by me, and all the zombies are chasing him. Ha ha. He probably looted this whole section. Well, at least it gets the zombies away from us for a minute. Is NBC stuff worth picking up?
Yes, yes. Have you found NBC stuff?
I found
Nice.
a NBC jacket.
Yep. That is worth it. I'm looking for that kind of stuff. So
Okay, well, I got
to
a
go to the
jacket.
black market, you need to go to use NBC.
Bella, do you need gloves?
No, I found some earlier. Thank you. I'm sneaking around trying to avoid any confrontations with zombies at the moment, though. There's so
Okay,
many up
get
here.
you plate carrier, Bella,
Oh,
and a
nice.
helmet.
Nice,
You
nice.
want it.
Oh, yeah.
Darn, I think this guy got everything already. Yeah. Looks like he got a bunch of stuff already.
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Nice.
I don't have the loot luck some people do, but every once in a while I get lucky. I don't know if gun parts are worth picking up, stocks and stuff like that.
Well, butt stocks are worth it about around 500 each. So if you're not carrying anything else, yeah,
Yeah,
they're
well,
worth
yeah,
it.
they're small. They take up a small amount of room, so you can build up on that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I found a vacuum bagger for the
Oh, there's
cannabis
a wolf.
thing.
Nice.
Okay, I gotta.
You can sell that in the P2P trader. There are two kinds of P2P trader, as far as I know. There is one in the regular trader that is supposed to be an NPC, but you can list your items to the price you choose.
Oh,
So
okay.
other players can go there and buy. There is a small fee for that.
Okay.
And there is also in a different location on the Wildboro a real person that opens a store, some sort of
Okay.
P2P trading, but I have not been there, so I don't know how it works.
Okay. Now,
But I'm guessing it's pretty much the same kind of
but they do
things.
have a regular trader for what? Just basic stuff?
Yes, yes, there is a regular trader too. But that sells pretty much everything, but there are things like nails and some other stuff that you cannot buy.
Okay.
That's why for some things, P2P trader is really good. Hey Bella, stop 1 second so I can give you the vest.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much.
No problem. I don't know if you want that helmet.
Yeah, I picked it up. I put it on. Might save me.
Okay. I think we're gonna have to try at some point go to the area around Black Market or the old Black Market before the wipe. Let me see how is that called? Oh, no gas. Yeah. East Harbor. We should check East Harbor at some point again.
Damn, that guy's tough. Oh, it's like one of those military guy, that's why.
Well, I'm gonna run around with the backpack and loot now. Yeah, it looks like this place is pretty much completely empty.
Give me something. Really? You're gonna give me
Found an MBG
45s?
head strap.
Damn you.
Nice.
Nothing over here.
Can be useful. Just need to get the NVGs now. We've been looking for that.
I need MBG.
I've got
That's
it.
why I was thinking go to East Harbor. I mean,
Yeah,
we're looking for MVGs, or that's why we come here looking
Yeah,
for
I'm gonna
helmet with MVGs.
Okay, well, I'm gonna run down here to these barracks because sometimes I find them down here. If I can get down here without any trouble.
Okay.
There's usually a lot of zombies over in here. Oh, you're headed that way too. Also, I don't know if on here the shooting range is worth it, but on the other one I've been playing on, it is definitely worth it.
God, there's nothing here.
Oh, there's a safe house up here. A yellow one.
Nice. Safe
Oh
house.
God, nothing here.
Yeah, you know, the yellow key card room.
Yep. Nice. This is a tough zombie. Look how many shots it takes.
Oh, wow. Damn. Oh, he's a stag guy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Does his stuff on himself for good? That's what I'm used to. Like, I've played on a server where the stag stuff is really worth it.
Well, I haven't found stack stuff around, but you can buy it at the trader. It's not the most expensive though.
Okay, usually the stag, those guys usually have them on them, but shit, you gotta shoot him that much. I'd say you probably all gonna be ruined anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out one of these things over here by the...
Alright.
Nope, completely empty. I'm not gonna risk aggroing all those guys for nothing. I'm gonna go back here and see if maybe he hasn't looted these Kwanzaa huts.
Alright.
Are airdrops worth it going to?
Yes, there are. Is it close to us?
It says North Island of Rotten Village.
Well, Northern Island doesn't sound like a place close by, but yeah, that's right. There is a marker that shows when the oh yeah, I see it. It's in the middle of the ocean. What? An island there? Not even, doesn't even show. like, or is like where the plane is going to come. No idea. But on the east side, you can see the airdrop mark. There's airdrop arriving.
Chat. I am full. I'm gonna drop this
Damn.
jerry can though. Look, he's right there. Can he see us? Oh. He sees Tony. Oh well. Let's close this. Look, that guy took everything. Oh look, there's a gun here. I can't see. What kind of gun that is? KA-101. That's 5 mat. Okay, let's see. I need to drop this. And move these. And take that. Oh. Okay, let's see. What else can I do? Move those.
I have not found a single solitary thing on a zombie yet.
Really?
Really?
Let's see.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, I got pouches for your vest.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Right there, like that. Okay, so we need to move.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Okay.
Does this one have food in there? Yeah, it does already. Okay. Remove that there. And we'll do that.
Found another MVG strap.
Okay.
Nice.
Pick it up in case, at least if you don't find a helmet, you'll have the strap.
What kind of jacket you using? Yeah, that'll be useful as well.
I have a firefighter jacket, but I just found a patrol jacket, so I'm going to put it on.
Okay.
We made it. So I'm full.
Now I actually have a matching
another
outfit.
I am so full. Okay, let's put that down and we'll eat this one. Okay, that's it. I'm full.
Okay.
This is actually a good place to
That's
come
fast.
for next time, Tony. You know?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, when we could go through the whole place.
Ooh, it looks like these Kwanzaa huts haven't been hit. Maybe some of the doors are shut.
We could eat some of this food if we cook it. So we'll make some more room. Kiddie pool. selling. Room divider selling. The sewing box and well kit with list. Does this have a magazine on it? It's by 5, yeah, it does. Let me take this out. Some press.
Found some NBC gloves too.
Nice. Yeah, this place is huge, really.
Don't need that. Just sell that. Switch off. How is our? It's still okay. What the hell is that?
It's getting ready to get gassed, y'all.
Oh.
I'm not sure which side.
No, I don't think. Do you think it's that?
Yeah, Paris gets gassed.
That is KMAC being opened.
Oh, well, it could be that too. But Paris does get gassed.
Well,
they've got
probably
it.
let's get out of here then. Wait a second, Bella. Pick this up, please. This is for your vest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was going to check these containers real quick. I'll be headed to you in just a second.
Where's the car?
The car is south. Should be.
Oh, we just need to log out, right?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, but he may be right. It may be that thing being opened. Guess we'll know in a second.
Let's go south. Can't remember where exactly the car is, to be honest. Gotta be very close to the south side.
Didn't you store it?
No,
No? Okay.
we just parked. We took a road after the train track
Oh, that's
that
right,
doesn't
that's
show
right. Okay.
in the map, and then we arrived over the south side, but not sure exactly where. I think it was over here. Right.
Yeah, I think pretty close to the area. I think you all are.
Oh, here is a yellow safe stone. Yeah. Leave it.
Yeah, we're near the pond, I think.
Yeah.
How's our shoes? 1. That's not bad.
Let's see the pond. The other way. There's somebody right there. The strong one.
Okay, I think I'm over here near it because these buildings I remember us looting when we first came in.
Where are you at? You
Hold on
think
a
we
second.
are on
I'm
that
trying.
side?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to avoid zombies right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm at the
looking a lot
car.
of.
I'm at the
Okay,
car.
perfect, perfect. Yeah, nice. Okay.
There's a lot of zombies over here, so just be careful. I'm gonna try and kill some of them.
Yeah, I see a bunch of them. Yeah, we parked next to one of those barracks. You're right. Looks like all of them are running towards you.
Yeah, just give me a second. Let me kill them first.
Okay.
Reloading, and then I've got 3 more, 4 more. All right. All safe. My killing field over here. And I swear not a single thing on them zombies. Yeah, Paris would be nice to hit right after a restart and it all looted up.
Like dry right here and then right after restart, right? Kind of
Yeah.
Like that,
Yeah. Yeah, this place is huge. And I gotta agree, this is a good place to come usually for MVGs and helmets.
I didn't see any. Did you two see any?
No,
No.
I found the straps, but that guy, well, I saw also a ATV as well, but that one guy, we were following right behind him. He probably stripped everything. I wasn't really finding much.
Yeah, he left one gun behind, I know, because he left a piece of paper. So I assume he got a
Uh-huh.
better gun, you know?
Yeah.
So he dropped that one.
Yeah, I saw where he dropped a KA, so I picked it up. So, yeah, I went was looking when I went to get in on this server. It was daggone near full.
Yeah, this server is like packed. Like most of the time it is.
Yes.
Tony found
Apparently
this one.
apparently very, very popular.
Yeah, and it works quite well for the amount of people it has.
That's good. Yeah, I'll try and join their Discord and see what all their rules and the different stuff are.
Pretty much the same than most of servers.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Last of the Huntsman a little bit.
Yeah, the mods are similar, some of them, but it
Wait.
doesn't have the kill the Siberia system.
Yeah, well, thank goodness for that. Heck, I can't hardly survive on that system. I get
Yeah, it can be complicated.
Yeah, I died of sepsis at least 4 or 5 times when I first start. Do you need directions or do you know where you're headed?
Well, I think when we get to the road a little bit ahead, I will appreciate just some directions.
Where you want
To
to
the
head to?
South Trader, I think, is close by.
You can take a left here. I'm not sure which road's the best to take. Probably, yeah, follow this road up. You're going to go for a little bit.
To this side? The right?
No, other way.
Okay. Yeah, because it was a T back there.
Yeah, just stay on this road for a minute.
Okay.
Looks to be like you're going to want your third right. So you should be coming up on your first one right here.
Some people speak in Spanish.
Your second right's coming up right now, and then the very next right you're going to want. Not this
Second
one.
right, you said?
Yeah. This one right.
Okay.
Nope, not. Yeah, I can't tell which one we're on. Shit. Yeah, this is fine.
Sorry. Should I'm good?
Yeah.
Or
Keep going. You're
missed?
good.
Okay.
This road is going to dead end, and you're going to have a left or a right to take, or it's going to kind of wide out, go to your left.
Okay.
You got a minute. Should be coming up on it here soon.
Oops. Yep, sorry, there was a little accident.
You're all right. I'm in the map, so I can see us moving on the map.
Yeah, the road has become a little bit like dirt road for a minute.
Now go to your left. Make sure you're headed on your left side of the road.
Got
And
it.
you're going to take the first left.
First left again? Okay.
Yep, right here. It's a bridge, I guess. This road is going to dead end. Yep, this road's going to dead end and take your next left when it dead ends, and it takes us right into the trader. Left. You speed demon, Tony.
Tony,
nice.
park far from people. Why can't I get out? There we go. I'll come back for the rest of my stuff.
Okay, I need to use the restroom real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Did you lock the door?
Nope. I'm waiting for you guys. Oh, Bella, you should use the code so you can lock the car. I'm gonna lock it. 1 second, so you can open it. 339533. The code for the car. There you go.
It didn't ask me
Be right back.
for the code. Okay. I'm going to go see what I can sell, and I'll come back
Why
for the
can't I
rest of
sell
my
this?
stuff.
Okay, remember to lock the car after closing it, please.
I will. Did I lock it? Yeah, I did.
I did. I already did. But for
Okay.
next time.
Boy, I'm laggy.
Yeah, the traders, the
Why can't I sell
people,
this?
bunch of people. Bit like. I'll be back in a minute.
Alrighty.
Why can't I sell this kiddie pool? There it is. Table lamp, sell. Room divider, sell. Kiddie pool, sell. Oh, this, look, 3K or 20K to buy. So we're gonna list that. Okay, let's go get some more stuff. So this will pelt. Garden line. Go lock. This chair. Okay. So if that's not mine, that's not mine, not mine. Nope. Big pelt. I think that's yes. Okay, just the bottom stuff. Not selling, not selling, not selling, not selling, not selling. Okay. Wonder if we should keep this one, this gun right here. 338. I don't know. Why can't I sell certain things? So that. Okay guys, I need to decide if I'm gonna sell this. You can't buy these, so but keep it. Oh look, they have, oh. sell the well kit? If it's in the right thing, let me see. Let me sell the well kit, please. Sell. Oh, it's not. I need to be holding it. Don't it? Let's see. How do I do this? Okay, I'm gonna go over here. And I'm gonna put my gun here. I'm saving that, selling that. I'm gonna put that there. Oh, how much are people selling this for? Let's look it up first. Well, bucket. This. Oh, okay. Well kit. Let's sell the well kit for. You want 30? Maybe 20, 25, 25.
Can you not buy mags and suppressors?
Yeah, you can buy them. But you need to have the money in your pocket and remember on click sellables so you can all actually see everything. With the guy with the glasses, yeah.
Let's see. What else am I listing? Oh, okay. Listing this one right here. Leather. 90K. Okay. Somebody's selling for 90. Okay, so we'll do 80. And oh, sewing box.
Oh crap! Bought the wrong suppressor.
Okay. Sewing boxes,
Yeah.
7K.
What kind of weapon you got?
KA-74.
7K. So we'll do 5.
What suppressor have you gotten?
I bought the standardized. That didn't work, so I went and bought the normalized, which does. So I'll just hold on to the standard, or the the standardized until I
Okay.
find a weapon it fits on. Because I'm not going to sell it back for what I paid for it. I'm not going to come out ahead there.
Yeah, well, there is. We can find suppressors. I'm sure.
Well,
Like
I went ahead and bought one. Is it better to buy the ammo in boxes or?
no, well, it's up to you. But I just bought it. Like I go where they sell the bullets, like single bullets, and then
Yeah.
click in the space between the plus and less symbols, and you can write with your keyword number of bullets to buy.
Tango 610.
Damn.
Do you want this gun back that you gave me?
You can keep it. Do you need any? You're looking for something in particular at this moment
No,
for
that
your weapons or everything?
The KA-74 I found. I'm decking it out. I've got to get a scope for it.
Scope. Okay. We probably can find the scope as well. I have a head torch. Do you have a head torch already?
No, I don't.
An extra one for you.
Tony, you want us just to keep what we have, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
We'll need to get you a battery for this, but here is the torch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Keeping this gun.
I'll get a battery.
No problem.
Oh, I have. Okay. Okay, let me. Book. These ammo. Okay. The rest is not ours.
Ooh, night vision's expensive.
Yeah.
How much is it since you're there?
75K.
Oh, damn. Okay, let's put our money away first. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do that.
Trying to find a battery.
Deposit all. 3.
Oh, you need to go over the
Okay, canteen. We sell.
lady that is next to the weapons
Canteen lady.
trader,
Sell this
and
one.
she got batteries.
Gotcha.
Okay, sell one of those. We don't need 2. Oh, it's sold the one up here. So let's put this one. Come on, dude. Okay. That one. We need to sell these ammo. So that is this person. Okay. Sellable ammo. Okay. Now I need to go here and see if we sold everything. Just going to each person.
Do you have a melee weapon, Bella?
I have the baseball bat.
Baseball bat, right? Okay.
Yep.
I don't want to keep 2 of these though. But I don't know how much they're worth. Okay.
Well, I'm broke, but I got a decent gun. You can have this shotgun or this 357 gun back if you want.
Okay.
I'll put
Yeah,
because
I'll
I'm just gonna run
take
this.
the pistol.
Yeah, I'll just run the KA.
Okay.
I'm gonna put. Well, I'm talking about the Marlin.
Okay, okay. You can just leave it in the car slot, car weapon slot.
Let's go buy some ammo. Ammo person is it the second one? Yeah, second one. Ammo box. 308.
Leave one of these head straps in the truck too, or the car too.
2, 3, 4.
Long.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna
Thank
put them
you.
both in there in
5.
case you all find MVGs, but not a helmet. And I'm also gonna put the NBC stuff I found too in here. Found gloves
Why
and a
can't you
jacket. So that
buy
means you
after
need
a while?
pants, the hood, and the boots. So that's not a bad start.
Yeah, look, it's only sell now.
Not bad, yeah. We can buy some NBC here at the trader, I think, but it's also expensive
1, 2,
and small.
3,
There used to be
4, 5.
before the wipe
Something's not
hazmat
right.
suits that had more storage, but I don't know if they're still around. I think yes. But those ones you cannot buy at the trader. I think you have to
Tony, something's
find
not
them.
right with the trader. Like, I tried to buy the 308 ammo, and after a while, it's just let you stop. I don't know if you. I guess maybe I don't have enough money in my inventory, huh?
But how are you trying to buy? You can check the currency you have in the top right corner.
You have to have the money, or else it
Should
won't let you even buy it, huh?
yeah, yeah. You have to have it in the pocket.
Okay, maybe that's why. Okay, so I think that's it. We sold everything. I want to sell this gun cleaning kit, but we can't. It won't let us. I mean, we don't know the amount. to fix the shirt. I think the sewing kit's in here. Where's the sewing kit at?
Daggone, there are a lot of people here.
Yeah, there is, huh?
Where is the vehicle trader? Over here by the gas station?
Yes.
I got a spark
The guy
plug.
inside of the little shack. Oh, there is like vehicle parts trader and vehicle trader. So the vehicle trader sells vehicle batteries as well, but this guy, no, this guy sells mining equipment. Okay, spark plug for $3. Darn.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Try to get every dime I can. I need to buy at least one thing of bandages because I use my 2 things of rags to make a rope so I can fish.
Here we go. Planning and construction. I don't know what this is. I didn't see it in... I didn't see this book anywhere. Like, you can't sell anywhere. Search planning. See? So I'm just gonna save that for later. See? Okay, let's unbox our 308 while we wait. Nothing good there. So we have 300,000. Our car costs 900. So why isn't it moving? Something's not right. Okay. Yeah, something's not right.
I have there is a scope in the car, fella. It says there is AK Night Force 12 times.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
already.
if that.
Yeah, I already got one. I'm
Oh.
looking for a canteen or a water bottle. Are they very expensive?
Oh, shit.
We used to have an extra one earlier.
Let me look in the car.
You cannot buy it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look in the ATV, I think, because in the car it's not. I think it's in the ATV.
Do you need some food? I could cook you some food.
Yeah, I would
Okay,
love a couple pieces of food.
Okay, let me cook some. Actually, Tony, I'm gonna cook all this food by the fire.
Nice. Okay. We should try to smoke some of the meat, maybe, so it lasts longer.
By the fire,
I have
right?
some on me,
That
a little
fire
bit.
right there?
Yeah. Yeah, I can help you out. You got everything? Okay. Good.
Yeah, make sure you lock that car. Just waiting for this
Yep.
guy.
Locked.
Yeah, he's cooking his food. Let me finish. Let him finish.
All right. Does anybody need anything? I got a couple $100 left on me.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
No, we're good.
Very good.
I thought that was Bella.
Oh, I can buy a canteen. Have you found a canteen? There is available here at the trader canteens.
Okay.
But Kuppa, you find the canteen on the ATV or you check that? It's not, right?
No, getting. Bella,
When I get this one.
I'm almost done with the food.
Hey, Bella, drop the water from here, from this. Let me do that for you.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. It used to be hard to buy the canteen before the wipe. Now there is 73 in stock, but when those are finished, and if nobody else sells, it's not possible to buy.
Yeah, I tried to buy me a tactical belt a minute ago, and it was none in stock. So
Oh, is that what this server is? It's like that? I thought it was
yep,
unlimited
seems
for
to
some
be.
reason.
But that is only with some items, not all the
Oh,
items.
okay, okay.
So we're also going to get Bella a backpack then and a belt.
Okay.
Do you need food? Do you need food? I'll give you food.
You got Dunifu?
What kind of backpack are you running with that's good?
The same gonna get for you, which is like the cheapest of the biggest one that you can get on MMG clothing.
Oh, okay.
They have the biggest that
Yeah,
have
I
like
like them MMG stuff.
weapons slots and stuff. Also
Okay.
the belts and thingies. So we're getting you a cargo belt and camelback.
Come on, cook.
Come
Cook.
over here. There you go.
Okay, we're done. Finally.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Okay,
No
so
problem.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14, 3, 5, 15, 4. 4 and 3, 15. 4 times 3 is 8, 12. Where is she at? Where? Okay. Okay. He's right there. She's right there. Okay. Okay. I'll give them to this after she gets her backpack. Let's get some water. Oh, waiting. It's getting dark, chat.
Yeah, I can't get over how expensive things are. I guess we'll just have to find a bunch of stuff. Which is what I like doing anyway.
Do you have Tetra?
Bella, do you have room in your backpack?
Oh yeah, I've got
Okay.
yeah, I'm empty now
I'm
pretty
gonna
much.
drop some food for you.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. Get those stats up so I don't get sick like that guy.
Yep. Tony, when you're ready, I'll drop some food for you.
Thank you, Kuppa. I'm cooking a few steaks I got.
Okay.
I probably got too many.
Only eat
Oh.
one of each. Don't
It's
eat
not
more
cooking.
than
Oh, you're
one.
smoking it. Okay. I'm gonna drop
Yes,
some of
that
this.
way
Okay.
lasts longer.
Here, pick those up.
Okay,
2.
thanks.
Thank
Okay.
you very,
Okay,
very much,
there you
people,
go.
for the food.
You're welcome.
Yep.
It's nice running into those wolves earlier.
Yes.
Damn, what's happening to Detroit Lions? Look. having a stroke next to the fire.
Oh, he's doing that special prayer.
Nice.
Okay, let me give you guys gamma real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Did I set it up? I did. Okay, come on. Move it.
You got a couple more minutes while you're doing that? I'm gonna AFK for a second and go to the
Okay.
restroom.
Gamma.
I'll be
There you
right
go.
back.
Right.
Does anybody have any tips or tricks?
Okay, that's it. We're done. These guys are like doing tricks, they said. Is that a trick? Don't go like per person. What are they making? They're doing like a ceremony thing? Oh, if you do this long enough an admin will appear. No, they won't.
The fuck did I just log into?
We're summoning an admin. It's Monolith Prey. It's the Monolith Prey emote.
More like crazy stuff, right, chat? Crazy stuff. Meow. Okay. Daisy tips and tricks Facebook.
This has to be a good core workout.
Well, not for you in real
Alrighty, I'm
life.
back.
Okay.
I go. Where do you guys want to go now? I go back to Paris Island. Want to try somewhere else?
Bella, what do you think?
Let's see. trying to think what might be a good place. Yep, we
Join
could go
us,
back to
Bubba
Paris,
Fat.
or yep, or we could go to the airfield. I don't know
Join us,
what's at the
Bella Black.
airfield.
Yeah, we can take a look of the airfield. It's
Join us, Daisy Tips and Tricks Facebook.
helicopter dealer, at least I know. Not sure what else.
Yeah, I'm worship. I don't worship.
No way, Jose. We said no way, Jose. We have
All
two
right, you
pieces of
guys ready?
food.
Yep. Ready?
Met the car. I don't know how quickly loot spawns, but Paris would be dangerous at night. Actually, probably any military would be dangerous at night.
You guys have gamma on and it's dark, huh? It's dark on here.
Yeah.
It gets so dark.
Gotta
even
be
when
careful.
You get gamma.
Because it's also a bit dark.
Yeah, it's so dark.
On your name, that means it's an exact other person with your name.
The skybox is so nice, though.
No, that means at some point you relog.
There we go. Okay. Hey Chad, I'm gonna run to get some more water. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back, Bella and Tony.
Okay. Yeah, we needed to take that left behind. The best way to go to airfield. Over here, right? Yeah.
Be nice to catch ourselves near one of those airdrops.
Yes, that's really good to get. We just need to be a bit lucky and keep our eyes open for airdrops announcements. We got the one we got the other day. We were like 500 meters away when it dropped, and even though when we got to the place, there was a helicopter landing, and they tried to run to the airdrop, but I think they were not interested in it because it was building materials. So they just left it in there, and I picked up everything.
That's nice. Well, I would think most everything sells, so it's all money. Are
Yes,
there
exactly.
helicopter crashes too?
Yes, there are helicopter crashes. We have found a few, and we have not been lucky yet. Find something cool in them, but yeah, I guess nice loot will drop in those as well.
Well, I put the vacuum bagger in the car too. If we want to keep it or sell it, doesn't matter. I'm not sure how the player-to-player thing works, but but if you I don't know how the drugs sell, but I don't mind to grow.
Okay, well, we can keep it though, but if you ever want to sell something in that P2P trader, you just need to put the item in your hands and click sell after you have the P2P trader open. And then it will ask you for a price you want to ask for that item. Hey, we good. We're not going to the right place.
Yeah, that's
Oh
what'll
yeah,
get me
it's
because I
not
don't know
hard.
what to sell anything for. I'd either overprice it or
Yeah,
underprice it always.
yeah, but you know something? Sometimes there is other items listed, the same you selling, so you can have a reference. It will tell
Okay.
you what's the lowest and the highest price for that item on the market. So
Nice.
it
Okay,
helps,
I'm back.
but that's only with certain items. Some others that are not listed, you have to probably know previously what is a good price list.
Well, it's getting daylight. That's good.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep. Welcome back. And where are
Welcome
we?
back. Hold on, I'll help you. Okay, this road is gonna dead end, go left. Then take your immediate right, and we will be at the end of the airstrip. Or at the, yeah, kind of at the end of the airstrip if that's where you want to park. I don't know where you want to park, but
Well, I'm down for whatever, just place close by the buildings. This here. The shirt inside.
oh, the helicopter vendor's here too.
Yeah, we
I
could
bet them
check the
bad boys are
prices.
expensive, judging by everything else.
Well, you will be surprised. You can get it. I think the cheapest one. Oh, somebody died there. The cheapest hellist you can get it for not more than 1 million. Or it used to be like that. Let's see.
Got it, already people here.
Yeah, it's people everywhere. Yeah, they have changed the prices a little bit, I think. So now the Robinson cost 1,300,000, but you can get the Mosquito for 400K, one seater. That's crazy to fly that little helicopter.
I'm sorry, Tony, what did you say?
I said that you can get the Mosquito for 400K and the Robinson for 1,300,000.
Okay, well, the mosquito, I
Those
think,
are the
only holds
cheapest.
2. Yeah, they only hold 2. The other one should hold 4, maybe?
No, I think it's Mosquito just one and the
Oh,
Robinson
really?
two-seater.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. The little bird? Yes,
Little
yes.
bird, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Bucket.
Hmm.
That's honestly
Hmm.
not bad. I mean, I made quite a bit of money off those kits that I picked up. I made quite a bit of money off those. So it wouldn't hurt to go someplace like Waldoboro or Portland.
Yes, yes. To make money, I think those places are probably better because you find a lot of kids. But also, if we go far away, like Old Town, we also able to find nails,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is good.
Which is good. Yeah, I agree.
Thing is that where are you going? Hold on, and see the marker. Yeah, we have not been there yet. It's an empty battery here in the ground.
Wonder if those field transceivers sell. I didn't bother to look. I've been finding quite a few. That's like the 3rd one I've found. Boy, yeah, this place is stripped already. Yeah, here in this ATC building is also another good place to find NVGs. I hear wolves.
Really? Nice.
Yeah,
okay.
I hear wolves somewhere.
Hunt the wolves then? That's...
Is there fall damage on this, Tony? I didn't look when I was...
Yes. Yes, there
is. Okay.
It's reduced, but there is, yeah. Yeah, the thing is that this airfield is almost like next to the most populated trader.
Yeah.
In the map.
Lord.
So.
I know the hell. There must have been 30 people at the daggone trader. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I'm gonna check these zombies I shot and see if there's anything on them. Yeah, I was just afraid if loot doesn't spawn back really... Ooh, I found a plate carrier. I was just afraid if we went back to Paris, if the loot doesn't spawn back pretty good, then it would be a trip to see nothing.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's the same kind of things we've been thinking, like where's good to go, because we don't want to be like running in the same place too much.
Yeah, well, I hate
the same restart, because
yeah, I
won't find
wish I
much.
knew more about like where the helicopter crashes normally were on here, but it might not hurt to go to a town like Portland or Waldoboro or that other one you were talking about.
Old Town, yeah.
Old Town, yeah.
I'm just thinking places that like most remote places we can go with a car.
Yeah.
That
Well,
has
yeah,
actually
because
town.
people, yeah, because people are a lot less likely to go there. I agree.
Yeah, and then are also not spawn location because Oceanville should be good as well, but it's spawn location. I think Eastbrook maybe not bad as well to check because Montville, Redwood, that area
Yeah,
probably
well,
also
I
not
agree
bad.
about the. Yeah, I definitely agree about like the spawn areas because people don't tend to go back to them. They want to go military and more, you know, to the bigger towns like Waldoboro or Portland. And
Well,
like I
then
said, heck, in that, and just in those 3 houses, I found 4 of those kits. So, and I made
well,
really good money off of them.
we're very close to Oceanville. We could try check Oceanville real quick, and then if not, we can just go to Camp Bear or Camp Eagle or something like that.
Yeah, I haven't found anything but 1 mag. That's it. Well, I found the plate carrier,
Okay,
but
so chat, I'm gonna show you something.
that was on a zombie.
When see the airfield, you're not supposed to be close to the
And that
airfield,
sells for some
but for some reason the
money.
admin didn't say anything.
Not bad money, I
And
think 5k.
Hip and I
That
we
ain't
base
bad.
right here. This is where we put our base right here. Yeah, him and I put our base right here. Not on this server, but on a different server. I was like, wait, we're so close to the military, and then he never said anything. Oh, this is a... I better be careful. I'm holding a backpack.
Crap. Found one of those hard zombies.
Okay, keep running. Right.
Hell, it dumped a whole mag into him.
Careful, don't stand directly the other side because I don't want to shoot you.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
going in
get the
this
damage
building.
for myself.
Is it like that? Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Running towards you, be careful. Escaped.
Tony, did you park the car in?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's a... Right where I am, you could take the car out. I don't know if there's a different spot. Is this the same spot? I can't tell.
No, it's a different. I'm in the place where we parked before.
I don't want to deal with it there right now. Okay,
Damn.
I'm coming.
You took quite a bit.
Yeah. I see some bunkers
This is close.
this way. Looks close, I think.
What's that?
Well, I don't know. Those are not the best places to loot anyway. Should just probably get in the car.
Yeah, I say let's just go. She got the idea. She looting with a backpack.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my stuff all the way in the bottom, Tony.
Okay.
Alrighty, I'm all in. Where are we headed?
Well, we have the options. You decide. We can go Oceanville or we can go to the area where Montville, Eastbrook, and Fairfield are.
I don't see them.
Okay, and they're just north from Oceanville in that other couple
Oh,
of
okay.
islands.
Yeah, I say
The top of it.
let's hit Oceanville. I don't. Let's
Okay.
try Oceanville. That's quite a bit over there. There's Fisher's
Yeah, there
Camp,
gotta be a
Sawmill.
lot
Yeah.
of things.
Oh yeah. Let's hit Oceanville. Well, while you're driving on my AFK, I'll be right back.
Right.
That guy said he was AFK and Wolf got him. That's
Damn.
why, yeah, when you're AFK, you have to get to a safe place, right? On top of a car, a vehicle, or inside and close the door.
Yeah, or just log out. Some people think that because it's PvE server, they can just say whatever, maybe. Okay. So take the right here. No, this right now. The other right. Okay.
Well, you're going to Oceanville?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Think this one, right?
Yeah, yes, correct. You want to take the main big road, or you want to go, because when you get up here, you could go down on the big road and all the way across, or you could go left and take tiny little roads.
You think the big road is better?
Okay, so you'll have to make a right at the T, when there's a T. There's no way.
Okay.
So this for a while.
To keep going.
Yeah, keep going all the way. And then when you're forced to make a left or right, you make a right. And we'll go down to Cushville.
Okay.
And then around up. And then,
okay.
yeah, and then that road should take you straight into Oceanville. Okay, right. Down here is when you make your right.
Hey, Tony.
Bella?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah. Scarpines joined the server and he's headed over to Camp Wolf. He spawned in Stonington. If you don't mind to go, we could stop and pick him
Of
up.
course. Yeah. We almost like on the way there.
Okay.
So we just have to keep going down after Cushville all the way Stonington.
Yeah, he's headed to Camp Wolf, I believe.
Camp Wolf. Okay, let's go Camp Wolf. I can use some help after Cushville for directions.
Wait, where's Camp Wolf? Let me look.
It's down south, east from the south, Stonington. Sorry, east from
Stonington's a nice
Stonington.
town to loot too. It's big. Yeah, just keep following this road for. Yeah, you can pretty much follow this road all the way down to Camp Wolf. Just about it.
You guys, you see Camp Wolf? Or am I just missing it?
Dang, this little car moves. You ought to see you speeding down the road on this map.
Twinkies.
I'm not seeing it. Unless you guys see it. But Bella sees it, so she'll give him
It was a Twinkies van back there, but already loot.
I saw. Yeah, on this Dayrisle server we've been playing on, the Twinkies vans and the ambulances that you can find. Oh, they got good loot on them usually.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe we'll get lucky and get wolves down here again. Just stay on this road.
Now I keep going straight in here.
Yep, just keep going straight. Yep, you're doing good. This road's gonna tee into a dead end and go right.
Okay.
You should be coming to that point now. And then this road is going to kind of have a sharp curve coming up here, and it's going to dead end too and
There it
go
is,
left.
right here.
And that road will take you all the way into Camp Wolf.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
None of the zombies can open doors, can they?
No, they cannot. Oh yeah, I heard a wolf already.
You hear wolves? Sweet.
Yes.
All right, well, he's here. He just got here. I think he's fighting some zombies.
I hear shots.
Are you shooting? Oh shit.
No, shooting suppressed. Someone is shooting suppressed inside of there. So I guess there's some people about.
Got it.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if he's shooting or... No, he's not shooting. There he goes. He's gone. All right. Yeah, he said it wasn't him shooting, so somebody else was here. I'm gonna check the zombies. Do you mind if I send him an invite to the server? Discord? Hello.
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 How's it going?
Alrighty.
Going good. Oh, is it you?
Yep.
Purpose. Nice. All right. Yo, you want some food?
Sure, I could use some food.
Oh, loot does spawn in the green towers.
Yeah, sometimes there's food in those. You mean the little ones or the big ones?
The little ones here that are around the outside.
Yeah, they got loot. I mean, no, I don't know if in this camp, but other places in the island, yes, they have loot.
I found a flashbang and some other gun part. I don't remember what it was, but hey.
I've pretty much been through the other buildings here, but there was somebody else I saw jump over the fence and run away.
Yeah, this place has been stripped clean. I found a wolf. Maybe I can cut it up. Yep, I can get it.
Look, map. It says. I think this system works like that, but I don't know if you can upgrade the group and get more.
Yeah, I think you
people in
can
it.
do that possibly. Cost you money.
Yes, I think that's possibly something that can work for that.
Where did that other wolf glitch into the ground? I was able to get that one that was half buried. Okay.
Oh, I was at the well getting some water.
Oh, I've got a. I don't know where the well is, but I've
Well,
got a
my
canteen.
stuff is white now, so I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, so should we go Stonington or Oceanville?
Might as well go on hit Stonington since we're here. Look how big that town is.
Okay. Yeah, let's try that.
Can't hurt. Been trying to figure out. Maybe that's how. Been trying to figure out how to get rid of my marker.
Okay. Or you wanna remove the marker you did? Double
Yeah.
click right mouse button over that marker in the map.
Okay, got it.
There you go.
Yeah, it was in those houses right there, between that little area right there. I found that. I made quite a bit
You
of
let
money.
me out right here. I'll get out at this fire station and look.
I say we park up the road at the hospital or back at the fire station, either way, and just hit the road.
Well,
Let's wait for...
I said fire station because if I can find a pants and... Oh, firefighter pants right there. Some more space. Plus, I know how much it likes to rain on this server, so... Well, not this server, but this map.
Yeah, it can start raining a lot sometimes. Okay, so we can park here then. There should be a garage at some point in the city, but we can just leave it here.
Oh, do they have garages in pretty much all the cities?
Yeah.
I'm surprised it
Even
didn't break your leg.
in places like Camp Wolf, there was that garage is public. Yep.
Are you able to add me to the party or not?
We could just
We-
kick what's his name? Static out for now. We could add him back later.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to. I think it's like 50 grand to add more. We'll have to try that. Oh.
Yeah, I
Get
think
some money,
people.
or I'll chip in
we
to
did
do
that,
that.
right? Last time, Tony.
Yeah. We upgraded the group, but because we didn't knew how it worked, we wasn't trying to get more people. But yeah, probably that's the way. I can't remember if that time it had more room. Oh. Yeah, smart.
This apartment was sucky. I don't want to go up them. Okay. Go right here and around. Because I don't have a silencer, a suppressor. You guys, okay. Chat, I'm gonna move you guys back to normal. You're in gamma still. There you go. These apartment complex are like, wow. Okay, let's go in here.
Are packs of seeds worth picking up?
What kind of seeds?
Like the hemp or drugs?
Yes, yes, yes. Those are good. Hemp is cheaper than most of the regular wood seeds.
Found
But
another
as
safe
well, there
bet.
is tobacco seeds and coca seeds. But you can you only can sell it in the P2P trader, so to other players. But those sells for good money and very fast. The same than nails and metal wire, good to sell that
Oh, I
way.
totally forgot to put my wolf pelt in
Yeah,
the car.
I'm glad I picked up that box of nails.
Nice. You said you find a box of nails?
Yes.
Nice.
He's a lucky looter, Tony.
Good, good, good. Yeah, you can. I sold one today for 35,000 on the P2P market. And there was some other people that had it listed for 55K each.
That's steep for a box of nails. But then again, we were playing on a server where it cost $5 million to buy them, so. Talking about an expensive base.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
No, not when you can sell water and make millions.
You could sell water?
Yep.
Yeah,
alcohol.
they had a
Needed
couple of
that.
items on the trader file that weren't done properly, so could exploit and make a shitload of money.
This is what I'm looking for. Yes! Now I could fish. Really good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Thank you, Jesus. We're thanking Jesus for my game. These jerry can are like $300 only. They're so big though. This is a cute little place if you have a base, right? Like, you know? Look how cute this is. Oh, and there's an upstairs, chat. Look. Can you go upstairs? Why can't I can't go up? Are you kidding me? Oh man. Darn it. Okay. Whatever. Whatever.
Now if only I could find a decent backpack.
Yeah.
How many slot does your backpack have right now?
35.
Okay, we'll keep an eye.
Yes, I'm looking to the upgrade option in the map, and you can have 10 members in the group after upgrading it.
Okay, okay.
Tried to do it, but don't have the money on me.
How much does it cost?
50K.
Oh, yeah, that's what I figured it was going to cost.
Hello, friend.
I think that's about standard.
Hello.
On this type of grouping
Cup
thing.
of Joy. What's your
Good.
name?
Yes, that's like the default price.
What's your
For
name?
you, on the floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Nice words.
Yeah! Thank you!
I found a cold
Kaza?
with the Mac.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Cup of Joy.
Okay, nice to meet you, Kuppa Joe.
Do you have a
You
gun,
too.
Scarpins?
See you around.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
See you around.
I got a
Bye.
Stein Mark III with a mag only have 13 rounds.
What's it? What kind of ammo does
Nine-
that take?
9 mil.
I just picked up a box of 9 mil.
Come on, give me something. Give me something good. Darn it.
Ooh, I found me some cat ears.
Meow.
Heck, I'm just picking up everything because it seemed like a little bit of everything sold.
There's a hospital. Oh darn, it looks like somebody already went up. Oh, that they didn't pick this up. Maybe they didn't go up. These are open. This is open. But this is closed. Nothing here. Yeah. Am I like running in like behind someone? On it?
Did you hit the hospital, Kuppa?
It looks like somebody got to it before me.
Nah.
There's another guy here too. I just met him over there, so I don't know if he did, you know, what he did. Can we go on the boat? Let me see. Chat. Let's see if we could go on the boat.
Thank you, whoever that was.
Looks like somebody already looted this. Oh, look, a gun. Oh, damn. I didn't want to carry it.
Yeah, there's another geared out dude around here. He just murdered the zombie that chased me inside. Couldn't jump up on the vehicle I was
Chat,
trying
we're
to.
gonna go on the boat, but we're gonna go on one floor only because I always get, like, lost in here. And I can't come back. Oh, there's never anything in here, though, in the boat. Oh, I forgot.
Daggone it, I'm already full. I'm afraid to ask, but I just came across a large stone in a storage building. Do you have to find a stone to make your stuff when building? Because I know you said cabin Z, so...
You only the flagpole is like auto thingy, so you just need to make the kit, and it will give you the whole flag with the pole and everything, the stones.
Okay.
And the cabin C you can buy at the trader for 500k.
Yeah, I just came across your geared guy. metal wire.
Oh, look at that up there, chat. Look.
Nice.
I didn't even notice that.
I got
Okay,
lucky
we went to the
with
hospital.
some nails.
People go up this way.
Found another back and bugger.
Nice. Well, we can sell one then.
Yeah.
Let's check in here first. On it. Ooh. Finally something.
This garage thing over here at the gas station, along with a cannabis workbench.
Yeah, they used to have the garages in the gas stations. Nice. Okay.
Oh my
Can
god.
park there.
But I can't pick
Solder.
that thing up because I have 0 room.
Can you mark it?
Hold on one sec.
I'm headed towards him. I'll grab it.
Oh, darn it.
Hey, I got ammo for you.
Somebody already took all the guns from here.
Alright, well, I'm gonna switch
On the
out
ground.
backpack real quick.
Okay. Okay, let's see where they are at. They're over there, so I'll go this way.
I also found a pack of black frost seeds.
What kind of seeds?
Black frost.
Oh well, yeah, that's good. Think you that those you can at least list them for 20,000. I sold all my cannabis seeds for that price.
You need food?
Nah, I got some.
Oh my god, shrimp wrap.
Got a screwdriver?
Nope. Got a wrench.
I don't know if that would work for taking a sight off the AK mount.
No, I don't think it. Hold on. What kind of... Here, I got a sight for you. Come in here real quick.
Well, never mind. This gun can't take one, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Do you need a suppressor?
Not sure what type it takes.
I'm not either, but I've got an extra suppressor. Oh, let's see. Is it? Try that one on it. I also have that. No. Okay. Will that
Hold
work
on
on
a-
anything?
Nope.
Yeah.
Well,
Figures.
come on, drop it back. It might go on this PDW.
There you go.
Alright.
Did it go on that?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because those things are fucking expensive.
Wait, did he? What? How many?
I didn't want to sell it back and lose all that money.
Can I take this to him?
Figured eventually we'd find a
How
good
many
name to go
slots
on.
does your backpack have again?
Well, now a 42.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I made sure the headshot the zombie so I didn't ruin it.
Daggone it, I found another planter box kit, but I can't pick it up. This town is huge.
Yes, it is.
Ooh, Pokemon cards.
Got a bedside table kit over here.
It's like I'm behind somebody and they took everything.
Well, got a lockout door reader for the DNA table.
Nice.
Let's go towards where they are. Seems like they have more luck that way. So, okay. Oh. Candy bar.
Good wolves. Nice. Hoarded wolves over here.
Nice.
Oh my god, they're coming out of the woodwork.
Ooh, let's take Joy's shoes. Ah, just in time, look. Got new shoes now. Let's check these two. Shack.
Well, I am now officially running with the backpack.
Oh yeah, he was here already left papers. Or somebody was there. Okay.
Do the apartment buildings spawn loot?
I'm not sure if all of them, but if Dayz is just a little few.
So
I
not
never
much.
check those.
Okay, yeah, I usually don't anymore either, because most of the time they don't really spawn anything good.
Yeah. Almost no spawn,
Oh.
nothing, and when they
I'm
spawn,
going in
it's
circles.
like
Everything done.
whatever, not very important.
Yeah, this is where I went. Okie dokie, okay. Well, let's check this shack. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion for your channel, viewers, followers. The price is lower than Oh. No thank you. But thanks for asking though. I have somebody already. Okay, this door's closed, so maybe he didn't go in there yet. Oh, well, look, there's something right there. Is there something there? Remember? Can't tell. Remember. Oh, it's a backpack. Okay, Tony's that way. Let's see. Bella's that way. And okay, he's that way. Okay. So.
Hey, Kuppa.
This is closed, so you can go in here.
Servers restarting in 5.
Yeah, I'm moving the car. I'm gonna try to get closer to you.
Oh, I hear wolves.
I hear more wolves, yeah.
Oh, I hear him now. If only I could jump up on this goddamn van. Oh, there I go. Good. I'll be okay when they get here then, if they get here.
Oh, are those no, that's not. Okay. Okay, I'm up high. I think I'm gonna log here and then come back after restart.
Okay.
So I think I'm right next to Bella. Yeah, Bella, you're 80 from me.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in like 5 to 6 minutes.
Alrighty. It's a shame to lose them wolves.
Chat, I'm gonna be right back. So I'm gonna hit this. Be right back. Hey Justin. Oh, thanks Justin. I appreciate that. Love you. We are in the server yesterday, but we have extra people, Justin. Let me tell you real quick before I go get some water. So we kicked you and status out because we have 2 more people. And when I get to the trader, I'm gonna get some money and then upgrade the
I'll be
group.
right back.
And so when I upgrade the group, we could have 10 people in our group. So I'll do that and then re-add you. Okay? So that's what happened. Okay, okay.
Alrighty, well, I logged. I will be back in just a minute. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
Okay, yeah, okay. Just want to let you know. So I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab some water and girl stuff. Be right back. Hey chat, there's like a restart, so we're not quite in yet. It'll just be a few seconds if you just enter. Please be patient. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Is everybody else back?
I'm back. I'm just logging in now.
Hello?
Still waiting to get in.
You are. I'm third in queue. And my shirt's ruined. I hope all my stuff isn't on the ground. I knew I should have kept that military jacket instead of selling it earlier.
Okay, so we need to look for a shirt for you.
Yeah. Might actually have one on me that I might have picked one up. I'm not sure.
So do you guys all play together on a server? That's how you know each other, or?
Well, I met Tony on JI4, and we've been playing together ever since. We've played together for quite a long time. And Scar and I met on a server that him and some of his friends had, and we've been playing together for over 2 years now. So, and Tony too, really. I guess we've been playing together for around 2 years now too. Yeah, Tony taught me all my PvP skills and everything. Tony and I have played a lot of servers together.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Look, the captain's right there.
Possum.
No, I did
Hey,
not pick up a
Possum.
shirt. Hi, Possum. I'm
Hello.
Bella.
Hello, nice
Nice to meet you.
to meet you. Hello, Kuppa. Stick with.
Bella, when you enter, there's a lot of Zed here. I'm gonna try to lock them up in this little crate.
Yeah, I've already got them on me.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Go! Run! Why am I the only one in my group? What happened? I don't see anyone's name.
Try hitting it's J or K. Change the the group markers. We had that problem at one time on Cherno. Me, you, and you or something.
Press what?
I think it's U, J, or K. One of those. To like, it shows your group, like their member name. You can turn it on and off along with like
Tony, our group
map
is
markers.
I literally am surrounded by
I see the
30
group.
zombies.
I see the group.
We gotta re-add them, Tony.
I do not.
Wait, hold on. But in the group, I only see Kuppa and me. For some reason. Yeah.
Yeah, re-add them on. Are you okay now, Bella?
Yeah, I've got about another 10 or so zombies outside of here, but I had to reload. Yeah, my shirt's still on, so I'm good as I think as long as I don't take it off. Maybe I'll grab something off one of these zombies. I gotta reload though. Yeah, I think I've drawn every zombie in the area, so everybody else should be okay.
Where you go? What?
Okay. Group system not. Invite was not found.
You good? You already in?
Yeah, but I'm seeing
We
nobody.
need to do that upgrade. Press K a few times. I'll switch the markers on the screen.
Tony, I'm no
No,
longer in the
that.
group too.
Yeah, all that does is take away
Yeah, I don't
the
see my name at all.
markers, not the people.
You don't see your name?
Yeah, my name is gone. I don't have
Okay, but if you press M and then go to group tab, isn't the group in there for you?
Oh, let me look.
Yeah. It shows it there, but it's not.
Oh yeah,
showing
it's
it
not showing on the screen.
The thing. All right. All right.
I see yours, guys. Your markers. But you're already okay. You have left the group. Yeah, I will. Hold on.
You guys see the Z? Wah! Wah!
Oh, I know why. Sorry, because this. Hold on. Have to be promoted. To be able to see it now. And Bella, you're not in the group.
Okay. Oh, hold on. What do I have to do?
Accept the invitation. Control J or go to group menu.
Did that work?
Yep.
Okay, we're good. All right.
It
Go check all these zombies out I just killed. I killed about 50 of them.
Where are you at, Possum?
I'm by like North Trader, cutting through the speedway towards.
Okay, we are south, far south in Stonington.
what size is your shirt, Bella?
It's 42.
Oh, then yeah, mine wouldn't help you.
Yeah, when we get to trader and put money in our inventory, we'll be able to add everyone. So.
Do you have a helmet, Scar?
Got an enduro helmet.
Better than none.
Very true.
Withstand like a shot from like a 22, 380 from distance.
Well, hopefully I don't get shot. So.
Well, yeah, I mean PVE, so you won't have to worry about it. But
Well,
PVE or PvP, if you got it, it's pretty.
Oh yeah,
I've
it's
got
better than nothing.
Sorry, I got a combat helmet over here. You want it?
I would take it. Yes.
And I found a canteen.
I got a canteen. I just gotta find a water well, because I don't want to drink what's in.
Halfway and then dump it back out and fill it up with, so you know.
There is a water well right next to me in this
The helmet's here on the ground
bar.
somewhere.
I'm holding a backpack, chat, so I have to do that.
You see it?
I got it.
Okay. I have chlorine tabs if you need them.
You do? Yeah, I'll
Yes.
take it.
From a well, you shouldn't have to use
On the
chlorine.
ground.
Okay, how do I get down there, chat?
Chlorine should only really need to be used like if you get seawater or pond water.
Yeah, but when you find them, I don't drink them. I always dump them out and then fill them up.
Do you have a
Yeah,
plate
rinse it
carrier?
real good.
There's a plate carrier.
Nope, because I will not be able to carry as much stuff.
Chat, I want to go down there.
You can pick your tablets back up.
How do I get down there?
Well, I'm full and my backpack's full. Where's Tony? Oh, there he is. He's down this way.
You want to move?
How do I get down there? Let's see.
There be, Tony. I'm gonna put this cannabis bench in the car.
Nice, okay.
Yeah, I'm getting in because, uh-oh. Watch your backs. Watch your back.
Okay, can I go?
Okay, I'm having trouble I'm glitchy and it's having trouble like going places. All right, I'm in. Kuppa's Was over that away, across from us somewhere. Oh, there she is.
I just don't know how to get down there.
Behind you. The road.
Dad, I want to go down there. How do I get down there? Or is it in this building? Can I go downstairs? Change screen back of. Oh! Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Guys. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Possum, we've been here before. How do I get down there? Can I jump? I break my leg, huh? Shit, I almost went down there. I don't know how to get out of here. Like, literally. I don't know how to get out of here, and, okay, so this is how I get out. But I don't know how to get down there.
Here she comes.
Oh. Is that Tony? Tony, is that you in the car?
Yep.
I'm
Yes.
next to you. Hey Tony, how do I get down here into the river? Underground?
Not sure why.
But
Is
there's
something
blue down there.
interesting down there?
Yeah, I want to go down there.
Well, let's just all try to get our way to that
Okay.
place then. You still have room, guys, or you wanna stay here in the car?
I'm full, so I'm gonna sit here, I guess. Yeah, I don't have any
Okay.
more room.
I don't have much. I can
How do we
pick up
get down
maybe.
there?
You can open the trunk and drop stuff in the trunk. If I think there's still some room. You mean down there? Okay.
Yeah, down there.
Where is the loot?
I don't know. I just want to go
Probably
down
in
there
that
and
sea
look.
can.
There isn't. No, I wouldn't go down.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to get down there.
See on the other side where you
Yeah, we
went to,
probably.
Tony?
No, I don't see any.
No, I'm saying
I think
it
if you
runs over
go down
as
there.
well.
Yeah, but I don't see anywhere to go down or. Let me go around. There is no ladder. Hmm.
I've been down there
over there?
before. I just don't know how we got down there. Bella, do you remember how to get down there?
No, that's what I was looking for.
Oh well, maybe it wasn't meant to be.
I found the ladder, but I think it's not possible to use it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I know where to go down. It's over here, guys, where I am standing. There's a stair that go down. I just found a weapon here. All the way to this side, you will see the stairs. Gonna mark.
Well, there's all kinds of crates down in there. Or sea cans, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. Some bullets. The Mac. 4 rounds.
We gonna head to Trader after this.
Look, you could go up here too. Like that.
Yep,
Okay.
we will do that.
Okay. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
Okay, I got out already. Find
Okay.
some more goodies.
Yes, I found a kit and trying to make some room in my inventory.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Cause I,
It's about to be ready.
okay, cause I came out already. I was like, oh darn.
Yeah, it's the only thing I found like about some rounds, 556 rounds.
Oh, somebody found a barrel.
Yeah,
A big
I
barrel.
found a barrel.
Oh, did you? Are you gonna put that at base or are you selling it?
I don't know. Probably at base at the moment. We don't have much storage, so
Okay.
probably useful. I'm on my way back, but I have to go around.
Oh, you know what? Let me look at my guns and see. Set them all up. I could sell that. I don't care if I lose that. Okay. Room in here for me to put my 2 guns. Yeah, there's gonna be room. I just have to sell this. Okay. Do I have any other guns? Eat this. Put that in my hand. Get in here. Close that door.
Left? Yeah. Or you know the way?
A little bit. Can use some help for sure. Thanks.
Actually, as long as you stay on this road, you just keep trekking
Mostly,
for a
and
while.
then. Okay.
Yeah, the turnoff is about 3.5K away.
Okay. Still a bit ahead.
Hold up, Tony. Let me out real quick.
That gun that's back there in the little thing?
Yeah. I want to see what it is.
AK of some type of thing.
It's okay. It'll sell. Thank you. Either that or it's another weapon to use until we find better stuff.
Twinkies!
Ooh, there's
Oh,
stuff.
there's stuff
Oh,
around
there's
it.
some. Yeah.
Go for it.
It's wheat seeds.
Did you say tobacco seeds are worth getting?
Yeah, those worth less than wheat, but still you can sell it. Just need to find out what's a good price for those for the P2P trader.
Oh, never mind. Those are pinkies.
I
Well,
guess
there's one pack.
during
there
end
was-
time they renamed it, huh?
Yeah. There was one pack of tobacco seeds and one pack of some kind of cannabis seed, and then a box of Twinkie or Pinkies.
Nice. Nice find.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep all the cannabis seeds, or any drug seeds. I'm gonna keep them because apparently they're worth what they're selling them for, so that's got to mean that they're worth growing.
Yeah, definitely worth something when you got it.
Well, we've already halfway there. We got the bench and the bagger. Yeah.
I think I have some plastic wrap. I don't know if that's used on the bagger. I guess that is for the
So,
table.
yeah, so now we need the shrink wrapper, or is it the bagger? We need one or the other.
Need the shrink wrapper.
Oh, I just found a greenhouse.
Ooh,
Nice. Very nice.
Talking about the whole growing marijuana.
I think it's one of these left next turns left.
Yeah, right past the hospital. Up here, you take a left. Yeah, right here.
Just had 3 zombies just jump up out of the bridge I was crossing. They like just spawned out of nowhere.
we've been going to the South Trader. Bunch of people here. No, oh good. Okay, let's go to this lady first. Let's do sell both stuff. Sell that.
So we had the vacuum bagger, and we did have. I thought we had the other thing too, but I don't
The
see it
cannabis
now.
bench.
Yeah, we have two
There's two
cannabis.
of them in the car, I think.
Yeah,
But
and you
open
said
the. Yeah.
I know that
Hold
one
on.
you put in earlier said it was ruined, but since you've parked the car and pulled it out, it's now pristine.
No, I throw that out. I throw that to the garbage and got a new one.
Oh, okay.
The same place where I found the barrel, but the other one is still in the trunk. There's two of them. It's a like a box, like a shipping box.
Yeah, I see both. Oh, yeah, I see both of them. Well, we had the vacuum bagger in here, but I had put the other kind of bagger in here. I don't know. Or is that the one you put in? Have you? Yeah.
No, I just
So,
leave
yeah, we've
inside
got
the
two of
one I
those.
found.
Okay.
And this is the other thing I said, the plastic wrap. Put it up because I don't have room for it.
Started shooting near me. I jumped a little bit. Thought I was playing PvP.
Those cat ears I found sell for 8.25K.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Shoot, packs of vegetable seeds sell for 200 a piece. Oh, I also have 2 bags of garden lime.
Let's see. Is it this puzzle here? $10K. It's buy for $10K. And drug wrap is the drug guy. This guy's not the drug guy? Which one's the drug guy? Clothes.
Do you still have that 8K that was on you?
18K.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
18.
Yes.
Okay, someone's selling for 15,
I will
17,
take it if you don't want to
20,
use it.
18. So
That
let's do 17. 17K.
Yep, better than nothing.
you want you said you got that. Try
So
this
17K.
suppressor on it. I don't know if that suppressor will work or not, but did you get it?
Nope, it will not.
Okay,
Want me to hold on to it?
Yeah, just hold on to the suppressor.
No. So 17. So this is 17. I'm gonna forget.
You want to keep that
17
lockout
for the
door reader?
shrink wrap.
That's for the
DNA card.
yeah, I would think you would want to keep it.
Okay. Nobody's selling that. Bet they're keeping it. That's what it is. Okay, what else do I need to sell?
Gotta have that right on the bench.
Oh,
Yes.
Pelt. So the pelt goes to
Yeah.
this lady right here.
I don't know how hard those things are to find.
You talking about the cannabis bench?
No, the DNA card.
Hmm. Yeah, I have found just one, and I'm keeping it in my storage.
Well, he's talking about the reader thing that you need
Yeah.
for the bench.
Oh, the reader.
You want to keep that? If you unlock the car, I'll put it in there.
Okay, let's deposit our money first. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna go right here and drop my bag. Put that there. Here we go. Let me shrink wrap. Let me put all the. Oh, 17, right? Okay, so we're gonna go 17. Okay, there we go. Wait, we don't have enough money?
Damn,
How
a
much money
frag
do I
grenade
have
sells
on me?
for 2.2K.
Wait, I sold all that crap. Oh, I put the money away. Okay. Put the money away. I was like, wait, I have enough money.
Hey, Possum, I just send you an invite for the group.
Okay. That's done. And then... Leather is 90. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I need money for this one. So, leather kit, 90. Let's do 85. There you go. Put on sale. Okay, there we go. What else do I need to sell? Oh, that's right here.
Who buys the Pokemon cards?
The guy in red.
Well, he's
That
not
is-
showing.
Yeah, but it's gotta be a full one.
Yeah, you have to complete the album or the thingy that the collection.
Oh, I didn't know you could buy it.
But come here, Bella. Look, you can list the packages without open them or the cards with this guy.
The guy with the Yellow King?
Yeah, that's the
okay,
P2P trader.
Okay.
Okay, well, I already opened my packs, so I guess I'm collecting them now.
You can even list the open packages as
How
well.
much is it to sell it?
You pretty much can sell everything, even
Okay.
if it's trash. The other day, some
So
guy
let's sell it.
listed opened blister, an open chip blister, DNA chip, you know?
Yeah.
But it's
So
work
let's
for
sell
nothing.
this.
He listed for 100K.
For 4. Sell.
And somebody bought it.
I'm not sure if that happened, but
Where do you sell
can
like
happen.
the base stuff?
Okay. There we go.
Depending on what kind, but mostly with the building construction guy here, the lady, Linda.
Oh, okay.
I found an old sleeping bag. Is that worth keeping or should I sell it?
Oh, that's good for sale. I think that can give you an custom spawn point according to the description. We haven't tried, but you can sell it for 8,000 or something like that if you like.
Okay, let's go in the car and see if I need anything else. Okay, my stuff is all the way in the bottom. Okay. Is that my gun? Yeah.
Tell me, did you all keep the 4-wheeler to get a different car, or did you sell it to get the car?
I couldn't find a way to sell the 4-wheeler, so I keep it.
Ah, I wish I would have known that. I could have stopped at a group garage and pulled it out by now. I've been running this whole time.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Because if you're not using it, because I'm on foot with the back.
Yeah, but
Get
well, you just in the group now, so if you close to the garage,
Yeah.
you can.
Fine.
Well, yep.
How'd you get up on these rocks with me, freaking zombie? Get down. This is my rock.
Tony, do you want me to keep this big drawer cabin at base or should we sell it?
Maybe the base. Is that a storage?
I don't drawers, so I assume it is cabinet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drawers cabinet. Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is that it doesn't have a lock, and people probably can open it from outside the tent. That's the only downside. But we can keep it.
I
Yeah.
was like, so you want to sell it now and then maybe find another one another time until we get a base? It's gonna.
Maybe.
Or keep it.
Yeah. It's up to you. You can keep it at base.
Yeah, let's keep it at base.
Room.
Yeah, keep it.
Okay.
Okay, it's in on the bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this, that. I'm keeping that and that and that at base. Okay. And then these are not mine. Okay. Where's... Oh. Lock that. Okay. Go put our money away. Okay, so 357. That's all we have. Hey, why? Yes, you can. You could buy cars. So you look at all their cars. Eh. And the cars, I think it's this guy right here. Well, usually up north. Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Why? How's your day? So the quad, you could buy a quad. Then this is the first vehicle you could buy. This is really cute. These are 100 and so on. So I'm saving my money to buy a Ford Raptor, a truck, this one, and I'm getting the green one, and that's 900. Let's see down here, 900,000, $406. So I need a lot of money. I only have 300, so we have a long way to go. We need 6 more. Somebody give us $600,000.
Hey, you got a sewing kit to repair that backpack? Do you need me to repair that for you? It looks like it's getting pretty fucked up.
Somebody goes, it's getting messed up.
Yeah.
Do I have food in here? Oh, I do. Okay, I need to cook this. Oh, I was gonna sell that. Tony, do you need a hoister?
No,
You're
I don't
okay.
have anywhere to
put it? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
Scar
thanks.
and Bella, do you have any place to
it
put
should
your
take- you have to
hoister
take-
or no?
It's not a
I was about to
not a
get
sewing
a
kit. It should have been a regular sewing
belt.
kit.
Yeah.
Okay, if it has room, I picked up one. You have it.
That stag specific, my bad, that stag specific backpack made me think it was damaged from like the tears and stuff, but it's pristine.
Yeah, I will take a
No, this
holster.
one's still damaged.
Okay, I'm by
Mine is
the
damaged.
fire barrel. There it is, down there.
Oh, there we go. Let me see if this works.
Oh,
Yeah, there
you
we
had
go.
taken on my other one. Took on my other one from mag. There we go. Thank you.
Oh hell, where you at, Montana? Oh, there you are.
Appreciate it.
Is your car open?
Yep. If not, the code. Hold on. Yeah, use the code, please. So you have access to it.
All right.
3395 3395 33.
Take these.
Valley damage.
Okay. I was
Very
gonna
good.
put that
Oh, thanks.
DNA card reader thing in there.
Nice. That's a good finding, I think. Haven't seen much of those.
Okay, those are cooked. There we go. I think I sold everything that I need to. And 80. Yeah, I don't need ammo. Let me double check and see if I put all my money away. Yep.
Where's that guy? Where's that dude that gave me the stuff?
Look at Superman. He's like, something's not right with him. Something's not right with Superman. Superman is like hunched over. Let's go look at our stuff and see if I don't think anything sold. We have 18 listing. Wow. Hope everybody buys it soon. We need a suppressor so badly on this one. It's so expensive, the suppressor in here. Let me double check it. Okay. Is it this guy? You need a 338, right? 308. Suppressor. 200. Wait, can I buy that? Oh, it's 2K. What do you think? Tony, do you think it's worth it to buy a 308 suppressor? Or should we just look for one?
No.
Look for one, huh?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Very expensive.
I know it is.
20K, I think.
Is it?
And
Oh,
it's easy
I
to
might.
find.
Okay. I must not
I'm
be
going
looking at the
AFK for a
right
minute.
thing.
I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how to make it so that I could see all the members.
You just
Hey, what's
stopped.
up?
You look kind of nice.
I am.
All right, come with me.
She goes, see why I look what?
I'll take a mystery.
There's Carpens.
Yo, what's up? Ooh.
I just got a Chaytek.
Oh,
Nice. It's a good one.
could sell this, huh? Pack of purple. See how much they sell.
You cannot buy them.
15, 15,
Buy what?
12, 10.
The Chatex.
Oh, it doesn't say. 14.
50K for a pair of MMG pants, cargo pants.
So they go from 20, 10. 10 is the lowest, right? 10. So we'll do 10. Okay, so I need, I think around 500.
I'm so
right?
tempted to buy the Viking horn. I like that thing.
Yes, somebody was blowing it earlier.
So, was it 10? Oh, darn, I can't. I can only have 20 item listed. Damn it. Okay. Oh well. I listed 20 items, chat. Somebody needs to buy all my stuff. That horn is also a, what do you call it? A container for water, right? A water container, right?
Well, on that Viking
There's
thing,
two kinds.
there's one that is like a canteen, but the horn, if you blow it, it'll aggro stuff to you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, one of the server that I was at, it calls the bears when you blow on it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. I kind of like the one where it's a canteen. You put water in there.
Yeah, we have those on our server on Hollows Creek. We have
Oh,
that gear. Yeah.
I like that.
That's what I'm running around in, that kind of gear. I like
Oh,
it that
okay.
much.
Oh, you know what? I need to sell this rope. Who buys the rope, Chad? Do you remember? Is it this lady? You know, I'm not so.
So it's the fillets that sell, not the whole. I mean, the whole fish sell, but for way less than if you go on and sell the fillets.
The fillet sells more, right?
Yeah, the fillets sell for more.
Okay. Oh my god, chat. Guess what time it is already? It's like ridiculous. It's 10 p.m. time. I can't believe it. I've been playing for 7 hours. That's not good, chat. I totally forgot the time. I guess that's what happens when you start playing. You know, I used to play where they put a, these things they spawn stuff, but I don't know on here if it does. And then over here by this table, this one and the other one, there's always something. Guess somebody got it. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he has it that way where it doesn't spawn. Okay, do we need to put any... Oh, you know what? What if we put this gun in our inventory? Okay. Deposit or detect. Yes. Deposit item. Okay. So now if we go to storage, we have 2. Okay. Tony, if you put something in the storage at the trader, do you have to remove it every so often or it disappear? Do you know?
No idea. I don't think so. Should not disappear.
I want to store this too.
I guess if you don't join in the server for too long, maybe. But
Scar, do you need some food? I cooked some meat.
I will take some.
Okay, so we have 2 guns and a backpack.
There you go.
It's called storage. That way I don't have to carry that around. I want to keep those guns. Okay. I thought I saw the rope, chat. Why is it still here? Do I have 2 ropes? Yeah. Okay. Just waiting for people to buy our stuff. We have 20 items. Chat, whoever you are, if you're in this server, come buy all my stuff in P2P. There's 2P. I want to smack this guy. Look at his head. There's spikes coming out. Spike. Anyways. Is he our buddy? He turns this way, you go this way. He turns that way, you go that way. He turns that way. Okay. There we go. We made room. That goes there. This goes here. Wonder if we should need to call it here. Or we playing some more. I know I need to meet up with Possum. How you guys doing? You're done with?
Doing pretty good. I think I am set.
Oh. I got kicked.
I've been kicked.
Yeah,
me too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just gonna call it there.
Yeah, me too. It's
Tony, are you calling it there, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold the night for now.
Okay.
might want to put your car up.
Oh well, yeah, that's true.
Possum, you want me to meet you up?
I don't care. I was gonna stick around for a while. I didn't know if you were going to.
Okay, I'll come and meet you then.
all right. Y'all have a good night, y'all. It's been fun.
Good night, Bella. Good night,
Have a
Scar.
good night, Bella.
See you around.
Night,
Later, everyone.
Tony.
See you guys.
Hey, Tony.
Okay.
If you leave the car,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
go pick up Possum with it.
Okay, let's do that then. I'll leave it.
Okay.
It was not a restart, right?
No, it was not a
No,
restart.
I think server just crashed because I tried to get to. I was at a virtual garage, and as soon as I opened, it crashed.
Yeah, I was doing an operation with the
Probably,
stores as well.
probably whoever
Well,
where the server is based
something
from, it probably
happened.
just crashed.
All right, you have a good night.
Night,
Have fun,
Tony.
guys. See you
Thanks.
later.
Okay.
See you.
Night. It's just us. Possum.
Yep.
I'll be right back. I think I'll get some water while that's happening.
All right.
Chad, I'll be right back. Hey, why? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I know, chat. So I've been playing I need to go in and play with Hip tomorrow, but I'm like, okay, when do I have time? Cause he's building a base on a different server, and I need to join there and help him out. But I think Tony and them are coming in the morning, and then I also need to. Oh God, Red said he wanted to do a roleplay server. God, okay. I'm not very good with time management. That's all I have to say. Not very good with time management. But for sure, I need to help Hip with the base. That comes first. So I don't know if he's gonna play tonight afterwards. Maybe I'll do a little bit of that. If not, then I'll do that in the morning first, before anything else. Okay, chat, we're going in. Okay, I'm kind of going in now. Okay, Possum, I'm loading in now. Are you able to get to a garage?
I don't know yet. I'm currently on top of a truck trying to shoot some Zeds. Keep lagging. Trying to stay okay. Get kicked again.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know why your name's not showing up on my left screen. I thought maybe after like a restart or something like this, the name might show back up, but it hasn't. Do you know how I would get it back on the left hand side?
Try K.
Group marker? Nope.
Try J maybe. It doesn't even say I'm in a group.
Yeah, when I go to like P, I could see all of us, but on the top left hand side, I just can't see your name. Oh, that's because you're not on there. Oh, let me re-add you. Awesome.
Oh, okie dokie.
Let's see. Awesome. Okay. I still don't see your name. Maybe if it takes a second.
I see yours.
Okay, that's good. Darn it, what's wrong with my screen? It's all sunny. Is there a control? Something control J or something?
That's to accept the invite.
Oh, okay, okay. I don't know why your name's not showing. Let me look on the map and see if I see you.
Yeah, I'm by Sandy Bay.
Okay,
Where the pig marker is.
on the map I see you. Okay. So I'm South Trader.
Yeah, by you.
Okay, I'm South Trader. So I'll come up and meet you at Sandy Bay. I'll try to get up there. Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah. trying to run in and out of the woods, zombies on the road, so I'll watch and wait until you get close. Because I have a backpack. I'm a little sketched out by having to try to throw down and fight zombies. A lot of work.
How's the battery on here? Okay, how's the battery? Where's the battery at? Oh, the battery's empty. Crap. Okay, I need to buy a battery, Tony. I mean, not Tony. Possum. It's dead.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. Take your time. No hurry. I just got my auto run on and I'm running for dear life.
I think it's $100.
Running with a backpack in one hand and a beer in the other.
Let's see. No, it's not this guy. It's this guy right here. Okay, we'll
Oh.
sell this right here. Nope, you can't sell it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Battery.
Oh, that's a bad idea. Stuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get up here. Go, go. I ran into a Zed in a supermarket and all the doors were open.
Oh god.
And then I got stuck in an alley. I juked him out though. Juked him out. Using them football skills.
Okay, said I purchased one. Okay, it's right here. Okay. Got it.
Ooh. Ooh, I found a baggie of cocaine. Consume. Man. So, I was in a police station and I guess I found the evidence locker because I just found a baggie of cocaine.
Nice. Who dropped it there?
I don't know, but it's not there no more, if you know what I mean.
Okay, is it this way, chat?
I had to get rid of the evidence.
Am I going the right way to get out of this town? Or is it the other way? I'll know when I get up here. Okay, let's look at map. Yep, that's right, I'm going the right way. All the way up and then to the right.
No more room.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Oh, good.
Why? Wake up. Don't go to sleep. Are you still around? You know what? I need to keep a axe in the car because if I run into a tree, I won't be able to get out of it. So... Did you say you ran out of room, Possum?
Yeah, I'm getting it. Trying to rearrange stuff right now, actually.
I think I did say right, chat?
Officially full.
I'll find out as soon as I get to this other side right here. Let's see. Look at the map. Yep, okay. So, and then I'll make a left. And I'll get, okay.
I'm in Sandy Bay right now at a police station.
Okay, I'm like one town away from you.
Okay.
Darn it, it's nighttime. Okay, I might have to stop. Is the light gonna work?
Okay. Hopefully I don't forget about the ammo in my frying pan so I don't cook it up and blow myself up.
Oh. Don't do that.
Yeah, because I ran out of stuff, so I'm putting stuff in my frying pan just for the extra little 9 slots that it has.
Chat, are you guys okay so far without... Okay. Without Gamma? I think it's left right here, right? Look at the map. Where am I at? Yeah. Oh, I see Possum's name. Okay, but not on the left side. At least I see where he is, you know? I think I did something wrong. And it took all the names off, you know? On the top right hand, on the top left hand side. I did say that was annoying, right? I jinxed myself. I said the names on the left was annoying.
Oh, it's dark and I hear zombies. Uh-oh.
I'm 600 away.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll be on your left side. On the left side of the road. Running down the middle of the... Well, not the middle. I'm running down the side of the road. Probably turn around and go back to the South Trader and probably be closer.
Okay, get
Bossy.
in. Okay, you need south stuff, right?
Ma'am.
Okay. Let's see. We are closer to... Oh yeah, to the south. We are, okay.
How much longer are you thinking you're going to be around? You've been live for a while, haven't you?
Yeah.
I was watching, but my phone just died on me.
Oh.
Yeah, it was at like 20% when I got home like an hour and a half ago or
Oh
so.
my god.
I was watching it.
Am I turning here?
No, keep going straight. Yeah, we go all the way through Sunset Cross. So, fifth right. Tell you right.
Right here?
No, keep going, keep going. I'll tell you when to turn right. Okay, the next right coming up be like corner, the intersection, the main road right here. Yep. And then we just take this out of town for a bit, and I'll let you know when to turn. Would be a left turn coming up, probably like 150 meters or something. You'll turn to the left, and it'll take you right to the trader. Left turn is in like probably 50 meters or so. Right here. Left skirt. This is like the back way kind of in there. And we just go straight down this road, and it takes us right to the trail. I'll probably sell what I have and then probably call it because I gotta get up early in the morning.
Okay.
Even though I don't have to work tomorrow, I still have to get up early. Still gotta take a shower at night before I go to bed. Throw it in first gear, hold your shift. I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. I live close enough to the highway so I can hear some of the cars go by every once in a while. And I just heard a big old semi go by honking its horn. Sounded like it was trying to like make a little tune out of its horn.
Hilarious.
Because I couldn't hear the truck or none, but I heard like the big old air horn that they have on there. So it's like, "Mrr, mrr, mrr, mrr." He was like trying to make a little tune out of it. Go to the right.
Stupid
Go to
car.
the middle.
Okay, is this where you... I can't see the... Darn it, I gotta turn off the light.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. You might just walk
I
in
know, I can't see
that
if
little
this is where
thing.
you park to
Well,
enter.
you can't. You can't see the cone, so just walk in. Go up to that little thing and try to store it. Because I couldn't pull the cones up. I was trying.
Okay, I bought a new battery in there. All this is Tony, and this is what we're gonna save.
Sell my medical supplies. Why would I do that?
Okay, we're gonna leave that one in there. Close that. Okay, let's see if we could store it. Group. I can't. It's not there. Okay. What if I lock it? Where's the damn cone? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay. Chat, we got it. You see the cone, chat? It's like grayish right here. No, no. Can I turn that off? Yeah. Okay, get out. Close that. Lock it. Okay. Walk up to it. And group. I can't store it? I can't. It's in here. Why can't I store it? Hey Possum, when you get a chance, can you come and see if you could store it in a group? I found the green thing, cones. It's between the cones. It's locked. Oh, there it is now.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Group. Store. Oh. No, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Group. There's 2. Okay. I got it. Okay. That's it. I'm actually done. Okay. I just need to pick up Possum. So you store it here.
Trying to remember which guy I gotta go to sell the stuff for like the kits, the building kits.
And oh, that's not actually here. This is not where you store it. So you park it back here. Right there. Okay. I have to remember.
Oh, here we go. Past it. I'm done.
Okay. Oh, look. Scar and Montana logged out there. And Bella's logged out
Should
here.
I keep this greenhouse, you think?
I would sell it. I would sell everything because we just don't have the space, right, for it?
Yeah, we don't have nowhere to put anything at the base, so.
Okay. Hey, Possum, since you're gonna log out here, I'm gonna go ahead and log then. And,
Okay, that's fine.
Are you working tomorrow?
No, I'm off tomorrow, but I do have to get up early. I have some company coming over
Okay, okay.
during the day, and then I have family dinner in the evening, so
Okay, I'll catch you whenever then.
yeah, it'll be like probably 3 or 4 hours before now that I'll be getting home.
Okay, sounds good.
Time that will be for you, because I think it's like 1 for me almost.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright,
I'll
you have a
catch
good
you
night.
tomorrow. Bye, Possum.
Sleep.
Oh, you need anything? Do you need food? Do you need food before
No,
I go?
I have food. I've been finding plenty of food and stuff.
Okay. And your health is
Thank you.
fine? You don't need anything else?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Good. No.
Okay. Night.
Good night.
Okay, chat. Let me go like this. Look at my goodbye screen, chat. Look. It's a little kitty cat if you haven't noticed on the top right hand side. Isn't she amazing? And so that's it for me tonight. But you know what? Before I go, let's see if I could play one of my songs for you guys. Okay? Before you leave. Don't leave yet. Let me find it. Let me see if I played this one before.
Mongrel playing Dayz.
Oh yeah, I played that one already. How about this one?
In the online world, there's a girl named Kuppa Joy. A charming Daisy, you won't be able to ignore. But beware, my friend, you better choose your path wisely. Cause once she's got your soul, she'll have you completely. She's a gamer queen.
I played this one already, I think.
Don't look into her eyes. She'll have you in a daze in daisies. She's a force you cannot resist. But be careful, my friend, cause she knows all your twists. Kuppa Joy, the gamer on fire. With her captivating charm, she won't tire in Daisy. She'll make you fall to your knees, but watch out, my friend. She'll leave you begging, please.
I think I played that one already. Okay, let me see if I could get a...
Kuppa Joy, she's a beast, don't you mess with her. Dayz sees a game, she's the queen, no competitor. With her loyal friends, Bear and Possum by her side. They roll deep, true friendship, they never hide. Kuppa Joy, she's cunning, knows all the tricks. Dayz's skills sharp like knives, she makes them click. Bear and Possum, partners in crime, always ready. They move as a unit, unstoppable and steady. Kuppa Joy, Bear, Possum, a trio like no other. Dayz is their territory, they come together. Don't mess with them, they'll take you down, no doubt. Kuppa Joy and her crew ruling Dayz without a cloud.
You are famous. I love that one. Okay guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for spending the day with me. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the subscription. Some of you are amazing. Justin, 4 months, really. Thank you. Silent and of course Clown. Thank you so much as well. And thanks for the follow as well. Those of you who did. did amazing today. We set 2 goals, our subscription goal and our follower goals as well. Thank you again, everyone. Good night. See you soon. Bye bye.